Young Master Yangtze. One September morning, the ministry messenger brought Vizine a telegram that her husband had already opened. It said only this: arriving tonight, Yangtze. This Yangtze, the 21-year-old son of Ferenc Patakarius, who was still idling about in Eger, had been frequently mentioned in the letters Vizi Cornell received from his brother-in-law. Until the age of 14, Yangtze had attended the military lower Realschule at Sankt Pölten. When his elder brother Sandor fell in the Carpathian battles, his father took Yangtze out and enrolled him at the gymnasium in Eger. He wanted to raise his sole surviving son for a civilian career. Those 4 years, with their coal shortage holidays and lax discipline, flew over the boy with dreamlike swiftness. He watched his teachers and older classmates fall away beside him, becoming, from one day to the next, fallen heroes. He too soon grew accustomed to the war. In his 8th year, he was called up, trained, attended classes in uniform, and waited every day to be assigned to a marching unit, but it never came to that. Meanwhile, the revolution broke out. Then he scraped through the wartime matriculation. And so, with the iron discipline of the lower Austrian military academy behind him and the licentiousness of an age unknown to everyone before him, he simply drifted. He became a society boy. He danced his way through the house balls, courted the girls of Eger, and performed as an occasional humorist. He dreamed of becoming a film actor. He had no appetite for anything else. For 2 years, he could not decide what to do with himself. He did not want to go on studying. His father finally lost patience with his idleness and turned to his brother-in-law, asking him to make something of this fellow whose life had been broken in two by the war. Vizi advised that under no circumstances should they send him to the county administration or the civil service to be a genteel pauper. The Christian middle class must adapt to the spirit of the new times, and the most sensible course would be to find him some practical, money-earning profession. Ferenc Patakarius shared this view. Vizi telephoned an acquaintance who was a bank director, and the man promised to take the young man on as a salaried trainee. Only the question of lodgings remained. At that time, it was impossible to find an apartment in Pest. Vizine was protective of her rooms, and it was only after considerable demurring that she agreed to let her nephew stay with them until a suitable apartment could be requisitioned for him. She owed this much to her brother. In the evening, she set the table for 3. Yangtze, however, did not arrive. She was hardly surprised by this. There was no more unreliable fellow on the entire globe. 2 days after receiving the telegram, when she had already forgotten she was expecting a house guest, at 11 o'clock in the morning, the door burst open with an enormous crash. Yangtze stormed in like a hurricane.
Aunt Angela.
Yangtze.
Kiss die Hand.
Hello. Is this when you arrive? Well, I never. When did you get in?
This very moment on the express.
It was 3 hours late.
Oh, stop it, you fool.
They spoke at once, squealing under a shower of familial kisses. The reunion scene was far more animated than it would have been on a stage. Vizine, extricating herself from his arms, straightened her hair, which the harum-scarum scamp had tousled into a complete mess. She pushed him back a little.
Wait, let me have a look at you.
And she looked at her nephew. Yangtze was white from head to toe, like a rear admiral. He wore white porcelain trousers, a white jacket, white sport shoes. He had dressed himself up as though the dark times had left no mark on him at all.
How you've grown,
said Vizine in a tone of disbelief. She was still searching for that prematurely aged little cadet who, during the holidays when he was let home from military school for a day or two, had skulked at the far end of family dinner tables, a doleful shako at his side. After years apart, such encounters are somewhat disconcerting. We like to fix our absent acquaintances at a certain point, in a definite situation, just as we do the dead. We stop time over them, and with pious self-deception, persuade ourselves that the caprice of our imagination which froze them into photographs applies to us as well, and that we ourselves have not advanced further along the road that leads to annihilation. At such moments, however, we awaken to the realization that we have deceived ourselves, and in our embarrassment, we smile as though we were seeing something pleasant, and not the most unpleasant thing of all. This was why Visinay, too, talked in such a jumble. She gazed into the distance and smiled because she remembered.
Well, come along. I'll show you your room. You'll sleep here for now, on this day bed.
Splendid,
Said Jancy, and stretched out on it at once. Then he rolled off the daybed and stood on his hands. Balancing himself with marvelous steadiness, he walked the length of the drawing room on his palms. The blood rushing to his face colored his white complexion. His jacket flew up, revealing his excellent zephyr shirt, and in the breast pocket the handkerchief he had folded into the shape of a dove. Visinay shrieked,
You maniac! Don't you turn my house upside down. Tell me, are you still this mad?
Yes, Aunt Angela, he said, having sprung to his feet and made a comical bow before her.
He began to whistle. Visinay watched this weather vane, surrounded by memories of his former pranks, with the echo of long-faded family guffaws, like a mythology known only to his relatives. Someone else, however, a stranger seeing this scrawny fellow for the first time, would hardly have found him so cheerful. For all his restlessness, there was something measured about Jancy, something that made you feel the distance between him and those he associated with. His impeccable, always scrupulously elegant attire also emphasized this reserve. He was strong, muscular, but narrow-chested. His small hands were dry. His skin never perspired, not even in the greatest heat. Cropped, coarse bronze hair clung to his regular but astonishingly small skull, on which rimless ears hovered so loosely they might have been cut from paper and merely tacked on. His thin lips made him look tenacious, cruel. His face, as though carved from wood, was lifeless and irregular, all capricious planes superimposed upon one another, all strange pentagons like a cubist wooden sculpture. He stopped whistling abruptly, for his suitcases were being brought in. 2 magnificent English pigskin cases. Turning serious, with utter devotion and reverence now, he clicked open the patent clasps. What a trove was here! 11 suits, a tailcoat, a dinner jacket, a winter coat with opossum fur, miraculous shirts, silk drawers, open-work stockings, patent leather shoes, bohemian low-cuts whose floppy leather tongues flopped right out onto the instep, then a manicure case, several atomizers, glycerin soaps in white ebonite jars, for he could only wash with glycerin soap. At the very bottom there were also 2 books, a salad-soft dog-eared pamphlet, Frigius Corinthi's work, This is How You Write, and a nutshell grammar, English in 1 hour. Aunt Angela wanted to help him unpack, but he would not let anyone in the world touch his clothes. He needed nothing. He had brought his own brushes. One by one he brushed his jackets, flicked off specks of dust with a finger, tugged at the trousers, clamped them into hangers, and hung them up in the wardrobe his aunt had placed at his disposal. He carried his toiletries to the bathroom and there set about his ablutions. He washed at length. He soaped himself, showered, and although he had already shaved that morning, he ran his superb American safety razor over his face, sprayed a mist of eau de cologne under his arms from the atomizer, changed his underclothes, put on his dark blue suit with the rust-colored tie, and stepped out into the dining room refreshed, reborn, where Uncle Cornell was already waiting.
Hello?
Jancy greeted him. Hello,
Uncle Cornell, how do you do?
Hello, you donkey. How are you then?
he asked in English, Uncle Cornell clapped him on the back and kissed him on both cheeks, as was the family custom.
Thank you very well.
What do you say to that?
Said Vizinet.
He's learned English completely. He wants to go to America, to Hollywood, to be a film actor.
First, however, he'll earn his bread right here at home.
Uncle Cornell has got you a position at the bank.
Yes, yes.
Yancey nodded.
Listen here, you lop-ear. Tomorrow morning we go together to the director. You need to present yourself.
He explained the banking arrangements, but Yancey could not concentrate on any of this. On Uncle Cornell's left cheek, right next to his nose, there was a chocolate-brown wart. The thing Yancey remembered best of all about Uncle Cornell. As he spoke, it bobbed up and down. Yancey was haunted, as in his childhood, by the urge to pinch it between two fingers, lift it, and pull it until it tore off, and Uncle Cornell screamed. Aunt Angela was giving the servant instructions about the table setting. In her white dress, with her blonde hair, she virtually glowed in the room like a tall candle, casting a kind of superficial light. Yancey glanced back and forth at these two people, who to him were nothing more than two actors who had happened to choose these particular masks and wore them only because they took a special pleasure in doing so. He lacked the empathy that feels another person's life to be as fatally necessary as one's own. The merciless nihilism of youth dwelt in him. Such impressions unsettled him, and he tried to steer himself away from them. He cleared his throat, interjected that they were expected and eager, they should go down, and he fiddled with the cutlery on the table. They sat down to lunch. Yancey took the seat opposite Uncle Cornell, his eyes fixed on the tablecloth. He peeked surreptitiously at his uncle, who was spooning his beef broth, but not for long. Suddenly he cried out,
What's this?
And held his spoon up high in alarm. Vizinet opened her eyes wide, as though witnessing some ominous miracle. What had happened was this. The spoon, as he dipped it into his soup, had kept shrinking, and then its bowl had melted away entirely. Only the truncated handle remained in his hand.
You did this, you rogue.
She pointed at the grinning Yancey.
Isn't it a scream?
Nonsense. Where did you get it?
In Vienna, last month, when I was up there, at a bazaar. Look.
And Yancey produced from his pocket another such magic spoon. Uncle Cornell was not angry. Vizinet scolded Yancey.
Tell me, my boy, when will you ever come to your senses? When will you grow up?
Yancey displayed his humorous collection, manufactured by an Austrian company for the general promotion of good cheer, for the amusement of a despondent mankind. He had a cigarette case from which, when one cigarette was taken out, they all sprang out automatically. Also a cigarette that shot sparks and stank, a matchbox in which not a single match would light, a brandy glass full of golden pear liqueur that could not be drunk from because it was sealed with glass on top. Then a mewing revolver and a printed tramway pass entitling its bearer to lie down free of charge under any tramcar of his choosing. Aunt Angela lamented that this boy would simply never change. He had been just like this as a small child. In Eger, he had pulled the chair out from under a cannon precentor, and when they were painting the fence at home, he had painted a white dog of theirs, with green oil paint, and the poor thing stayed green until it died. Uncle Cornell tried to drink from the pear brandy, fired the mewing revolver, then warned him that enough was enough now. The joking was over. Tomorrow the serious work would begin. The next day he took him to the bank by carriage. They looked for the managing director, but were first directed to another director, and only after considerable maneuvering did they reach his anteroom, which was packed with people waiting. Vizzy sent word to him. The managing director sent word back that he begged their pardon. A Bulgarian minister was with him, but he would be at their disposal immediately afterwards. Through his bespectacled secretary, he had the Vizzies shown to a modest-looking little room where favored visitors were customarily hidden away. A few minutes later, the managing director appeared through the side door. a stocky, short, very stout Jew. He wore a rumpled suit and smoked his cigar through a holder. Embracing Vizzy and Yancey, he ushered them into an empty boardroom because, as he put it, he practically had to flee to catch his breath. While Vizzy set forth his request at length, along with the managing director's gracious promise, which the man himself no longer remembered, the managing director pulled a notepad from his pocket, asked Yancey for a pencil. The curious thing was that he did not even have a pencil, and was already scribbling something on it, all the while conversing and puffing ever more vigorously on his cigar. Meanwhile, the cigar ash dropped onto his waistcoat, which he did not even bother to brush off. Then he shook hands with them and made for the side door, where a committee was already waiting. Into the boardroom stepped an impeccably dressed gentleman who had already been informed of the arrangement. He pressed the hands of Vizzy and Yancey with delight, on which he could no doubt still feel the managing director's hardly cooled, magical handshake, and took them down by lift to the ground floor. Then by an iron staircase they descended below ground, into the vault in the basement. Here Yancey was given a desk, introduced himself to his colleagues, and set to work. It was a marvelous world. Day by day, Yancey marveled at it more. The enormous building in the middle of the square rose into the sky as solemnly and majestically as a cathedral. Even the proud, ever-hurrying automobiles waited patiently by the curb, and the passers-by who merely walked past its entrance peered in with a kind of reverential curiosity, lowered their voices, all but tipped their hats. Those who out there, in the city, in life, believed in nothing, here believed in something. They felt that here there truly was something. The porter himself stood guard, self-importantly on the threshold in his braided cap, half still in the street, but half already in the sanctuary, surrounded by the suspicious crowd of bewildered supplicants who sought unauthorized entry. It was he who first determined who was worthy to set foot inside, and he quietly, tactfully removed the hysterical poor. For just as Jesus drove the money changers and publicans from his temple, this cathedral likewise suffered no unbelievers who did not fully serve money. Yancey liked to linger in the entrance hall, in the corridor faced with green marble and gilded, where stained glass windows filtered the sunlight. He could see staircases branching far off in two directions into the gloom, wood-paneled halls, reception rooms with comfortable armchairs and divans. Everywhere, abundance and unconditional well-being sprawled. Circulating lifts clattered. In the cashier's hall, 30 typewriters clattered, and some 100 clerks hunched in their glass cages. Down where he was, in the vault, flames burned day and night, like an eternal fire in honor of some deity. This department, which held the shares and securities, was watched over with particular care. Half-meter-thick doors sealed the rooms off from one another. The alarm bells rang at the slightest movement, and when dusk fell, the bank guards appeared in the corridor with handheld electric torches. The clients who came here brought their currency, gold, and jewels in briefcases. They withdrew into a little booth reminiscent of a confessional, and there, searching their souls as it were, examining their consciences, they arranged their treasures, locked them in a small steel box, and placed them in the safe with their own hands. Long, mysterious ringings were heard, at which sweet little grooms leapt out from behind one door or another. And above it all, omnipresent, reigning over one wing of the first-floor corridor, was the one Yancey had already met in person, but had seen only once, the managing director, who was always here and never here, who appeared only for an instant, who negotiated with American financial groups even in his motor car, who rode the lift invisibly, who glided invisibly into his office while telephones pealed around him, pneumatic tubes hummed, Telegrams flew to and fro, and his gleaming retinue bustled about, the secretaries like acolytes, the authorized signatories like provosts, the directors like stout aging bishops, while he himself, withdrawing into the Holy of Holies, approached the altar in person, and for one moment perhaps beheld face to face that in which the 20th century still believed, the one true idol, the golden God. How fascinating it all was, and how secure. Jansi felt he had landed on the fixed point of a shaken world, and that he himself was a member of this ecclesiastical order, a novice, as it were, of the new religion. All at once he imagined himself a grown-up and independent man. Later, he learned that Josialekes was here too, upstairs on the second floor, in the foreign exchange department. They embraced in the corridor, laughing like good provincial chums. That very day, they arranged to meet at a cafe with live music. They could not part until late into the night. Jansi accompanied him up to Becikaputer, where the Elekes family lived. Elekes walked him back to Attila Utka, and they repeated the procedure until they had exhausted their one and only topic of conversation, the seduction of women. Elekes had been 2 years above him at the gymnasium in Eger, and had been a bank boy for a year already. He counted as a pest man. He knew the social circles. In the mornings, they discussed the day's agenda over the bank's internal telephone. Yancey's first order of business was to choose an ideal for himself, here in Pest as well. He could not live without one. It seemed to him that he had not properly settled in until he had a girl to court, one who was the most important among all, whom he could think of at night before falling asleep as the only one. He wavered between two girls, Elekes' sister and Ilanka Tatar. His choice fell on the latter. At the Tatars, on any given afternoon, 10 or 15 young men would gather. Elekes was courting Margitka, and so Yancy gravitated to Ilanka. Ilanka was a cheerful, sweet girl, pretty, only a little plump. One could see that she would one day grow as stout as her father and mother. This love amounted to no more than the fact that when Jancy entered the room, he looked at her first, held her hand a little longer than the others, and leaning on the piano, asked her to play a Hungarian song. He sent her flowers. In the mornings, before going to the bank, he could often be seen in the Kristinavaros florists. He sniffed among the flowers, inclined his face toward a white viola, pointed to it, and asked them to send it up to the Tatars with his card. The houseguest proved less disagreeable to Vizine than she had expected. The bank had sobered Jancy up. He left at 9, came home at 2:30 for lunch. After lunch, while he stuffed cigarettes and tended his nails at the table, he chatted with his aunt. Aunt Angela teased him.
Poor Ilonka.
Why, Aunt Angela?
Because, my dear, because you men don't know how to truly love. A face catches your eye, and then you forget it. Andere Städtchen, andere Mädchen. I know you, pretty mask. Don't you go turning that girl's head.
Jancy blushed and protested feebly. He was flattered to be thought so dissolute. He made dismissive remarks about women. Vizine chided him, but took delight in this male relation of hers. She read secret vices in his face. Toward 4 o'clock, the young man was already dressing. He gargled with scented mouthwash, waiting for Elekes, who came up for him all spruced up, monocle in eye. Off they went to live the high life. At home he took no interest in anything beyond his clothes. He saw nothing, heard nothing. He even searched for what was in his hand. He had been living with them for 3 weeks now, but he still called the servant Kati, confusing her with their servant in Eger. He would hardly have recognized her in the street. Anna, for her part, had plenty of trouble with him. Every morning at 8, she knocked on his door, set his cocoa in a gold-rimmed cup on the chair beside the daybed, along with a crescent roll and a glass of water. The young master woke with difficulty. He had to be roused for half an hour. He dressed in a scramble so as not to be late for the bank, knocked over the glass of water on the chair, the chamber pot on the floor, washed with snorts and splashes, left the taps running, made a flood, and squelched about with wet feet on the polished floor. He had to be cleaned up after separately. When the whistling fell silent, for the young master trilled ceaselessly, like a little bird, Anna went into the bathroom where his perfume still hung in the air. She stood dazed in the intoxicating haze. She tidied his nail files, his scissors. Once she even pressed one of the atomizers. Cold perfume spurted out so fast that she put it back in its place in alarm. Yancey dealt with her in a purely official capacity, so to speak. When he left with Alekis, he called into her from the kitchen threshold, telling her to let the mistress know he would be home for supper at such and such a time. One late afternoon, Anna was ironing alone in the entrance hall. On an ironing board laid across two chairs, she was steaming some trousers with a damp cloth. Yancey burst in a rush. Seeing that the way was blocked, the girl tried to clear a path, but the young master waved her to stay and hurried back to the door, then took a running start and vaulted over the board. At the dining room door, he turned around to see the effect. Anna went on ironing, indifferently, her legs slightly apart. Her checked dress clung to her body. She wore no shoes. In early October, the Vizis were invited by Ferenc Patikarius to the grape harvest in Eger. They decided to go down for 4 days. Vizi requested leave from the ministry. Originally, Yancey was to go with them, but he did not want to start missing work at the bank right away. And besides, Pest interested him more, the cinema and the Tatars. Vizine instructed the girl on what to cook for the young master during those 4 days. They left on a Wednesday, on the midday train. Yancey saw them off at the station, for the Vizis, although they had been living in Pest for 25 years, set great store by such familial ceremony. At heart, they remained provincials. They took a first-class half-compartment. Vizi showered his wife with attention. He seated her by the window, ran off for mineral water, for a newspaper, kept asking if she was comfortable. Aunt Angela nodded. When the train jolted into motion, she turned to her nephew, standing on the platform, and asked him once more to look after everything, to mind the house. Uncle Cornell waved his handkerchief. Yancey lifted his straw hat and called after them.
Hip hip hurrah!
A wild night. The train was still rolling slowly. He could still see Aunt Angela's face and Uncle Cornell's handkerchief when all at once, incomprehensibly even to himself, he decided that he would not return to the bank as he had intended, but would go home and there, without delay, pounce on Anna. The thought was so voluptuous and exciting that his throat went dry. He clutched an iron pillar, watching the station clock, which showed exactly 12. He drew the acrid smell of the bad coal smoke deep into his lungs. Outside, in front of the station, he had the feeling of arriving in a foreign city where 1,000 new things awaited him. He did not even see the sun-drenched square, with its colorful figures and the somber statue of Barras. Only Anna, ironing in the narrow entrance hall on the board, laid across 2 chairs, in her checked dress, barefoot, her legs slightly apart, and he was seized by the desire to be there already, to embrace her from behind, and then, without further ado, as one does with servants, to tip her over like a sack of flour. He broke into a run. The warm October noon scorched his clothes. He jumped onto a passing tram, but got off at the next stop. He whistled up a one-horse cab, promising the driver a tip to drive as fast as he could. How slowly he drove. Every turn of the wheel was an eternity, and the image that had surfaced before him so unexpectedly would not leave him, It kept teasing him, now moving, coming to life, like a film. Anna set down the iron, smiled uncertainly, and sat in his lap. But in the entrance hall, neither she nor the ironing board was there. Where was she? Yancy peered distractedly into the kitchen.
Are we having lunch?
Already?
Asked Anna at the stove.
I thought
You thought what?
that it would be 2:30 again today.
Oh, no.
I can be ready in a moment, though.
Tell me, just tell me.
Yes,
What is there?
ragamuffin soup,
And?
roast veal,
And?
poppy seed noodles.
Poppy seed noodles.
Yancy repeated, furrowing his brow.
Poppy seed noodles.
Perhaps the young master doesn't care for them?
On the contrary, I'm very fond of poppy seed noodles. Very fond indeed.
He did not even know what he was saying. He was merely multiplying words. His brain, meanwhile, was performing great labor. He compared the girl who now stood before him in an entirely different situation, an entirely different mood, an entirely different dress, with that other girl who had been ironing here that afternoon, trying to reconcile the former with the latter, to bend her to his desire. Anna was not barefoot. She was wearing shoes. Even this bothered him. Inside the dining room, the table was set only for him now, at Uncle Cornell's place. He looked around, and again the heat that had swept over him at the station flooded through him. For minutes he could not move. He was alone, entirely alone with her. On tiptoe, very quickly, he ran into the bedroom. He groped for the key in the wallpaper door, transferred it from the outside lock to the inside, and locked and unlocked it several times. From here, and from the dining room, one could lock up the entire apartment. Outside, the entrance hall door was covered with frosted glass. No one could see in from the corridor, even in broad daylight. He was thinking about something. He touched a pillow and shuddered. He stopped before the full-length mirror and gazed at himself, thinking that this mirror could also reflect the forms of two people, naked, embracing, kissing in front of it. He stroked a tablecloth. Everything here, every piece of furniture and every small object was initiated into his plan, radiating its electricity. The abandoned apartment no longer looked like a family sanctuary, but like a den of crime. Like an accomplice, it had consented in advance to everything, in silence. He disrespectfully lifted the writing case from the desk, rummaged inside it, burrowed through the wardrobes, tugged at the locked drawers, sat in the chairs, lay full length on the divans. On Aunt Angela's divan, too, on which he had never lain. He piled cushions around himself, put his shoes up on the white silk coverlet. He did not care if he soiled it. He relished the thought that everything here belonged to someone else, that he could do whatever he liked with it, and some intoxication incited him, some young vandal instinct to kick, to force the locks, to open everything, befoul everything, ruin, split, and shatter it all. His plan was to begin at lunch. Anna brought in the soup, but the girl did not look at him. From this, he concluded that she already suspected something. With the meat course, he noticed what seemed to be a little mocking smile playing on her lips, and that the moment he spoke to her, she would burst out laughing and make the whole thing impossible. So he put it off until dessert. But even then, all he managed to say was, "Thank you." After lunch, he lay down on the daybed in despair, in impotent rage, covered his face with both palms, and cursed his stupidity. He could not talk to women, especially when he wanted to. At such times, he was either so oblique that they did not understand him at all, or so clumsy that they took offense, and he blushed to his ears at his own gracelessness. Mostly, he just joked with them. With Ilanka Tatar and the others, it somehow worked. But with Anna, He did not know where to begin. Besides, he noticed many things about her that repelled him. Her hair was skimpy, like a peasant girl's, ending in a thin little bun. For beautiful hair, the mane of the wealthy and the privileged, is quickly stripped from a servant's head. On her upper lip, he discovered a downy little mustache on which dewdrops had condensed from the heat of the kitchen. Around her nose, a small blemish. Her figure, too, was far too thin. Only her eyes were beautiful, and her teeth. To console himself and to kill his desire for the girl once and for all, Yangtze kept harping on these flaws. Bony as a boy, a mustache. She sweats, a summer pimple on her nose, and that scrawny little tuft of hair on her head. But the more he brooded, the more clearly he saw that it was futile. His fever did not cool. It rose. Those little imperfections that had at first made her seem so alien, almost repulsive, only brought her closer to him. She became more and more suitable for the purpose he had in mind. He writhed, groaning, and turned to his other side. This was Anna's first day of managing on her own without her master and mistress. She bustled about happily like a housekeeper. No sooner had she finished the dishes than she began pulling the master's jackets and trousers from the bedroom wardrobe to clean them with benzene. As she gathered the great armful of clothes to herself and started toward the door, she caught sight of the young master on the daybed. He lay rigid, with some glass tube in his mouth that she could not identify. She spoke to him.
Is the young master feeling unwell?
Not at all,
said Yancy, startled, and took the thermometer out of his mouth, shaking it down without even looking at it.
I thought I had a fever, so I was taking my temperature. I've caught a bit of a...
And he stressed this word for no particular reason.
a chill.
His mind was not on that, but on this.
Now's the chance. A joke, a perfectly ordinary joke, some uproarious, thick smut, and she'll crack up laughing. Her head will spin. She'll be flat on her back in a second. That's how you catch servants. Ups-a-daisy. Jump on her. Lift her skirt. What can happen? At worst, she'll slap my hand. Big deal. Besides, she's no virgin. You can tell just by looking. Her breasts are small and they sag. That type's easy. Aleki says so, but still, she could be a nice little trollop. Sweet little slut. Just a common peasant tart.
He egged himself on with such things, and with other fouler words, too, whose sweetness scratched his throat as though he were licking honey from a jar. They made him cough. Anna said,
Because I can call Dr. Movister down. He's home at this hour. He hasn't started seeing patients yet.
Oh, come now.
Jansi laughed, but very awkwardly, and propped himself up on one elbow, watching the girl. And he thought,
There, she's looking me straight in the eye. So I was wrong at lunch. She doesn't suspect a thing. But how would she? These girls don't understand hints. They're uneducated. I have to talk to her. Not like that, but a little more delicately. Every moment counts. If I beat around the bush too long, nothing will come of it. Today is already lost. There are only 3 days left. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. On Sunday, it's over. Get moving.
He opened his mouth, already believing he was going to say something. Nothing came to mind, only this.
Anna.
Yes, sir.
Anna, look here. I shall be home all afternoon. I'm not going anywhere today, but if I ring, come in at once. Wait, Anna.
He added, though the girl had not moved at all.
Yes, that was all I wanted to say.
Now the girl left. Jancy leapt up and ran to the dining room door, but stopped short at the handle. It would be ridiculous to dash into the kitchen directly after her departure. Ringing was equally out of the question. He thought better of it, lay back down on his divan, which was hot with his own accursed warmth. What was this? He did not understand. Something like what he felt now he had never felt before. Only once. A single time. Yes, then, when after his school-leaving examinations, he had taken a trip to Vienna and was traveling back alone in a dimly lit compartment of the afternoon train. He squeezed his eyelids shut and tried to remember. It had happened like this. Somewhere before the Hungarian border, he noticed a woman with a low forehead, holding a large hat box in her lap for which she had found no room up among the luggage. She looked dejected, forlorn, and sickly too. She wore a thick gray broadcloth dress. The heels of her shoes were trodden down. He could not tell who she might be, how old she was, whether she was a wife or a girl, whether she spoke Hungarian or German, but the instant he caught sight of her, he could not take his eyes off her. Their train ran beneath a low, tin-colored sky. The rain drizzled slowly, making the air heavy as a steam bath. When the conductors called out the names of stations, their voices died in the cotton-soft vapors. The woman, before he could have addressed her, got off at the border station at Brook. She lugged her hatbox, splashing alongside the muddy tracks, beaten by the rain, for she had not even brought an umbrella, then vanished across the gray landscape on foot. Jancy watched her from the window for a long time. He would have given his life to follow her, to take her hand, to kiss her languid mouth, and then to dine with her in a room at some border hotel where there was only a table, a nightstand, and a bed. But the next day, he forgot the whole thing. Alekis had obviously been lying when he said that with servant girls, it was easiest. With these, it was perhaps the hardest. He dressed angrily and went out. He set off for the Tatars, but turned back on the Zurge steps, walked over to Pest through the tunnel. He went into a cinema and sat through a 7-reel Italian love film. He also bought a ticket for a Pathaphone concert and listened to Wagner's Flying Dutchman. Outside, it was growing dark. The dusk made him bolder. He imagined himself simply trampling the girl with a wild shriek. He charged up the stairs, except that the kitchen was empty. Like a murderer who bursts into the room, knife in hand, only to find his long-marked victim missing, he threw himself dejectedly onto the kneading bench and slumped over the table. It was some consolation at least to be here, in this ugly kitchen, where the stench of benzene still lingered. Anna was startled when she found him there.
Where were you?
Jancy inquired,
At the butcher's, I bought chops for supper.
and lifting a parcel from her bag, she showed him the meat wrapped in newspaper.
Never mind.
Jancy waved it away.
I'm not having supper tonight, just black coffee.
He drank his coffee. Then he stood by the window, gazing at the night. At 10 o'clock, Fixor locked the main gate. Mrs. Movister stopped playing the piano. The house fell silent. The servant's room was dark. He too undressed. He switched off the light. For a while he stood in his nightshirt in the darkness. It was impossible to tell what he was doing. He took a step. The wooden parquet squares creaked so loudly that everyone in the house must have heard, and surely guessed what he was about. He stepped back to his former place. He hesitated again, then inch by inch, groping his way forward experimentally with the caution of someone traversing the squares of a chessboard in some championship endgame. The floor crackled like a machine gun. At this, he clenched his teeth and ran, no longer caring what anyone might think of his nocturnal excursion. The door handles shrieked, the doors wailed. He had reached the night of the kitchen. Holding his arms out before him, he groped his way toward the wall. He had no idea where the bed was. He was searching for it.
Are you asleep?
He asked in a low, uncertain voice.
No.
Anna's alert voice answered at once.
I thought.
Jancy stammered.
I thought, you see, that you were already asleep.
Now he found the bed. With a boldness that frightened even himself, he sat down on the edge of the bed. Some noise was heard, a light rustling of fabric. a tentative stirring. The girl sat up in bed. Only then did she know that she had not been mistaken, and that what had seemed so unbelievable when the voice in the darkness asked, "Are you asleep?" was indeed real.
If you don't mind,
said Jenksy, his breath failing. Anna simply sat up in bed, plainly and honestly, like a patient who sits up at the doctor's arrival and waits to be examined. She did not entirely understand the situation. She had heard that the masters went out to the servants, and that a servant was also her master's mistress, and that some of them had even borne children by them. In Kajar there had been a girl like that. She was ruined by a lawyer from Pest. She knew this, and much else that the girls talked about. On the other hand, that such things simply happened just like this, as now, filled her with a kind of simple-hearted wonderment.
Are you afraid?
Asked Jenksy, still on the edge of the bed.
Because if you are, I'll go back.
Anna was a little afraid, but because she felt the young master's approach to be a greater honor and was more afraid that he would go back than of what she was actually afraid of, she answered,
No.
Yancy climbed into the iron bed, only onto the edge, almost onto the bed rail. The girl drew to the other side of the bed. Between them remained a space so large that another person could have fit there. But they were already sharing a blanket, that uncovered burgundy wool blanket which Yancy, though it belonged to Aunt Angela, found as alien and filthy as a smallpox patient's quilt. He pulled the blanket right up to his mouth. This forbidden heat was marvelous. He believed he would instantly catch a fever from it and blaze up as if on fire. With voluptuous slowness, he worked his legs forward, into the gloom somewhere, into the unknown depths of the servant's bed, where he sensed some filth and blood, something dreadfully foul, perhaps bedbugs and frogs. His trembling fingers caressed the tattered cotton sheet. He tossed and rolled several times, as if on a dung heap, to make himself all the dirtier. He had already dissolved into it, become one with it. Something moved by his feet, a dark shape. He set an alarm.
What's that?
The chicken. Shoo.
Anna clapped her hands, chasing the chicken off, and it fluttered from the bed into a corner of the kitchen where it soon fell asleep standing. Yancy moved closer, in no hurry, sliding toward her an inch at a time, since he could barely endure even this pleasure. He had no need for it to intensify. He placed his left arm on the girl's breast. Anna let him. She was now pervaded by some nascent, pleasant warmth, love. She knew she was being embraced. Down in the village, the lads had often enough embraced her, fondled her breasts for sport. But then she laughed aloud, a healthy laugh.
If they could see us.
Who?
Yancy started, snatching his arm from Anna's breast and listening toward the stairwell, where a door had slammed.
My uncle and aunt?
Not His Excellency and her ladyship.
Then who?
The young ladies.
Laughed Anna, from her heart, coquettishly and mockingly.
The fine young ladies.
Ah,
said Yancy, flattered by this supposition.
What do I care about them?
And he declared this with such superiority, as if with a single gesture he were condemning 1,000 lovesick castle maidens to death.
I don't want them. Neither them nor the fine ladies. Because I've had fine ladies for lovers too. He translated into the servant's idiom. Your ladyships, your excellencies, it's you I want. You're so beautiful.
Why didn't the young master say so this morning?
So you noticed? Didn't you when I came back from the station? Or at lunch? Didn't you already this morning?
If you'd said it then, at least I'd have been beautiful the whole day.
Don't, John C.
pleaded, stung to the heart by this homely witticism.
Look here, don't. You're so beautiful.
And hoarsely with desire.
I swear.
That's a sin, young master.
The girl admonished.
Why would it be a sin?
swearing over every little onion.
Jansi resolved to put an end to this now. The teasing peasant banter, the merriment, seemed to mock his refined and sickly gentleman's desire, which yearned for silence, to become whole and to ripen there as in a hothouse. He reached his arms again toward the girl's breast. Anna deflected him with a movement.
Hush, darling,
Jansi begged, and talked fast to drown out the girl's laughter, which he found vulgar and insulting.
Don't laugh, don't talk, don't say a word. Just be quiet, my darling. I won't hurt you. I swear. You're so beautiful. I love you. Only you. Thee.
He whispered secretly into her ear.
Thee.
And the brief, intimate pronoun, which merges two people completely, kindled such intoxication in him that a fever blister rose on his palate.
Thee, thee. Say thou. You say it too. Thou. Say to me. Thou. Thou.
The girl did not say it. She was reflecting on the immeasurable distance that this small word bridges. Jansi's eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness. He could make out the contours of things. He could see Anna. Her two white breasts glimmered, illuminating the night around her. He interrogated her, whether she had ever had a lover, and who, what she knew, what she did not know. Anna gave curt, ambiguous answers, then stopped answering altogether. Perhaps she had now taken offense at his having shushed her before. Jansi took this to mean that she had already given herself to everyone and was the lowest of the low. All the better, he thought, and he began to assail her every which way. He flattered, he forced. Anna repulsed his clumsy assaults with ease. Then, when he tried to grab her waist, she shoved him back so hard that the bed groaned.
No.
She said firmly.
But why?
Because it's not allowed.
Listen to me.
Will you leave me alone already? Go to the fine young ladies. Good riddance.
Well now, she was not even calling him young master anymore. It seemed she had become quite the mistress of the bed. Jansi buried his face in the colorful pillow, gnawed at its ticking, his face smeared with saliva and tears. His bitter panting could be heard. He lay on his stomach. Then, however, an arm suddenly twined around his neck, pressed him close, so tightly it almost hurt. He could not catch his breath. Slowly, he sank into the pleasure, letting himself be pushed down into this tepid, languorous liquid, drowning at the bottom, as in a tub of sweetened milk. This little peasant girl was terribly strong, and even thinner than he had thought. As she embraced him, he felt no flesh on her body, only sinew and muscle, the bones, the fine contours of the skeleton, and the pelvic bone, all of it, the crucible, the mysterious crater of creation. They died many times in these embraces and were resurrected again and again. They barely spoke at all. After midnight, a carriage stopped in front of the house. Someone rang, and the caretaker opened the gate. They discussed in whispers who the late visitor might be. The person passed their door, went up to the second floor, and knocked there. They heard Dr. Movister's voice. A few minutes later, two of them came down together. The doctor got into the carriage, and it clattered away. He had been called to a patient. Toward dawn, Jansi noticed the small flame at the top of the firewall and asked Anna who lived there. Then, by the same route he had come, he slunk back to his bed. It was not yet even light. He flung himself on the divan with rampaging happiness that it had finally happened. It was hideous, and it was beautiful. He was convinced that his case was unique, that never, since the creation of the world, had anyone committed such a sin. But he liked it all the same. and he accepted it. Ilanka Tatar was surely asleep now. Her father had a beard. At the end of parties, he always came in to the young people, chatted with them amiably, ate from the leftover cakes. The mother, with a well-directed gaze that both forbade and approved, observed how far they had progressed. Yancey burst out laughing. Now he understood why he had always felt such a chill around those girls, and why he had been happy when, after the chivalrous duties were done, he could dash home alone, whistling. But this one here, he knew no one who belonged to her. She was as strange as a wild bird. In the sharp light of wakefulness and sleep, he marveled at one more thing, that this was all there was to it, and that the most important matter of human life, which grown-ups so carefully conceal from children, was this childish, this playful and droll. He nodded to himself, and on his lips, as a counterpart to his thoughts, a gleaming and obscene smile appeared. Love, Yancey sat underground in the vault. The bank was shrouded in the sullen mourning of offices. The chief clerk had given him a sheet. On it, a column of figures towered as tall as a New York skyscraper. He was supposed to add it up. With his pencil, he clambered from one story of the column of figures to the next, but kept losing his place, having to descend ever lower. Finally, he grew tired of it, tossed it aside, and stared at the window. It was then that Anna's mouth came to mind. He had not even kissed Anna's mouth. At night, when their burning faces drew close to each other, Yancey had turned his head away, repelled by the thought of touching this mouth that was only a servant's mouth. Now, more thrilling even than possessing her whole body, was the thought of the humiliation, to kiss her pale, chapped lips, to part them with his own, and not to let them go until in his breath they split apart, melted, crumbled away, like savory oriental fruits. He took his hat and slipped away. He found the girl in the dark bathroom.
Stay!
He panted and kissed her. The kiss was cool and strange. He could not get enough of it. Again and again he plunged greedily into that mouth, stormed wildly through the bone gate of her teeth, and found the tongue which held in store for him a peculiar spice, an intoxicating flavor.
More!
He cried.
More! More! Like the insatiable child who spoons strawberry cream, and the instant he reaches the bottom, demands another.
Anna, who was seeing him for the first time since that night, flushed crimson with shame and faint with happiness, pressed herself against the tin wall of the bathtub to let him do with her as he pleased. At 8 o'clock, as usual, she had brewed the cocoa, set it out in the gold-rimmed cup on the chair. The young master had drunk it and left. She would have found it natural if, after that night's encounter, Yancey had never recognized her again and never spoken of what had passed. This surprised her far more than his coming to her in the night.
Why don't you kiss me back? Why don't you speak? You don't love me. Oh, you...
The boy stammered love's fatal words of exchange. Once, when sated, he fell away from her mouth and drew breath. Anna slipped out.
Wait!
Yancey ran after her and kissed her again in the entrance hall. From there to the kitchen. There, too, the kiss had a new flavor.
To the window, Yancey
Commanded.
Here, in the corner, by the wardrobe, into the light. I want to look at you. Look at me, too.
And he studied her with extraordinary attention. The eye is the most remote formation of the brain, and on the jutting bastion of the skull, it is itself a seeing, exposed brain, which in the fever of cognition, once, in the cosmic upheaval of being, tore 2 holes for itself in the bone wall of the skull, and through these loopholes peers out at the external world to learn the purpose of creation. These 4 eyes, however, merely stared into one another, searching, seeking something there, wishing to be illuminated and redeemed by each other.
And now,
Said Yancey.
don't touch me. I won't touch you either. Just like this.
He put his arms behind his back. Between the two bodies, the only point of contact was the mouth. Anna obeyed him as she did when he asked for a brush or a shoehorn. The next day he did not go to the bank. He telephoned in to say he was ill, that he had a sore throat. He dressed up smartly, put on his porcelain white trousers and his handsome leather belt, and without a jacket, in his zephyr shirt, he drifted here and there. The whole day was theirs. Occasionally the bell rang. Someone brought a bill that Anna paid, or a letter, but otherwise they were undisturbed. Anna came with the dustpan. Her head was tied up in a kerchief. She looked very pretty. She resembled the leading ladies of operettas, the soubrettes who imitate the primal woman, the chamber kitten. Yancey desired Anna's hand, only her hand.
Give it here.
He said.
Why?
Just because.
It's dirty.
And she began wiping it with her apron. The young master had already seized it. He took it gently, like a butterfly, caressing the hand that by its vocation touched every foulness, enclosed it in his own fine, well-kept palm, squeezed it. In the rough scratch of that blistered hand there was something inexpressibly sweet and honeyed. Then he took out her fingers one by one and kissed them, gazing at them with the bewilderment of a lover who does not know what to do with the one he loves. And for an instant, he put her hand in his mouth.
What are you doing?
The girl cried in outrage.
Aren't you ashamed? Leave me alone. And she wrenched her fingers from the boy's mouth.
Scarlet-faced, she fled into the kitchen, her fortress, and sulked there. Anna could no longer understand this. At night, when the floorboards creaked under bare footsteps, she was glad he was coming. She did not hide it from him. She made room for him in advance. It was only in daytime that she could not bear all this hocus-pocus. She did not understand that the young master was now climbing the ladder of love in reverse, and that having already possessed her entirely, he was approaching her by another path, descending one rung each day, from heaven to earth. There was much she did not understand. After the kisses and the hand-clasping came the moment when the young master began to address her formally. He asked her not to call him young master anymore either, but simply to say, you. He kept repeating her name softly, the most beautiful of women's names, which holds the eternal promise in its coquettish, conditional mood. He could spend hours beside her without saying anything else. Before kissing her, he humbly asked whether he might, and he came up with all sorts of foolishness. She had to change her clothes ceaselessly. He would send her out to put on her check dress and come back barefoot. Then he wanted the cotton frock and the lace-up shoes. There was no making sense of him. Once he even wanted her to pull on the gracious lady's ball wrap over her naked body, but that she would not do. Later, he talked so much her head buzzed from it. He knelt before her, lay on the floor, telling her that at midnight, when the whole house was asleep, they would steal into the garden and wander until dawn among the lilac bushes and ash trees, and that in the evening he would hire a carriage, and they would drive out beyond the toll gate and dine at a suburban tavern. The barman would think she was his fiancée, and later he would take her to America, buy her high-heeled patent leather shoes, long silk stockings reaching above the knee, a glittering tulle skirt like actresses wear, and they would speed along the avenues of New York in an automobile, collapsed into each other's arms. Anna merely shrugged and laughed at him. On Friday at noon, the young master had the table set for two. When she brought in the first course, he insisted she eat there, at least share a bite, sit down across from him. Anna would not for the world have sat down in the apartment. Only after long pleading and begging could she be persuaded, just once, to come to him on the divan during the day, on the last day, Saturday afternoon. Jancy closed the shutters, and as if it were night, he lit all the chandeliers. First, in the bathroom, he misted Anna's body with an atomizer. The girl stood solemnly in the cloud of spirits, crying out only when it tickled her breasts and trickled down over her stomach. From there, they went to the drawing room. They consecrated every inch of it with their kisses. Their pilgrimage ended at the divan. Towards 7, Jancy lit a cigarette. He craved something new.
Anna,
He said, yawning.
bring me the telephone.
The girl brought the apparatus on its 16-meter cord, which dangled from it like some dead giant serpent.
Thank you.
Said Jancy, who had already lifted the receiver.
You may go now.
He rang Josie Alekis.
Is that you? Well, that's nice of you. You haven't been near me. I haven't been in for 3 days, and you... No, my friend, not that. Something else. A bigger thing, my friend. I'll tell you later. Not like this. Then come over at once. Okie doke, I'll be waiting. Hello, hello. What? I can't hear. You want mine? Rubbish.
He slammed down the receiver, smiled at the bold request he had so deftly parried, tidied himself up, and sat down at the piano. He banged out the one dance tune he knew, the fashionable one-step. He sang along with the words.
You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. You made me want you, and all the time you knew it.
Alekis was already knocking, but Jancy went on singing at the top of his voice, pounding the piano. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so bad.
Well,
Asked his friend.
weren't you ill then?
No.
Said Jancy.
But you looked dreadfully.
Really?
And he stood before the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, his face deathly pale. This pleased him.
Perhaps.
He said.
My head does ache, actually.
That empty head of yours?
Continued Alekis, who never missed an opportunity to be witty.
What's aching in it?
Don't mess around, Alikis. This is a serious matter.
Are you in love?
Instead of answering, Jancy perched on the piano's high keys, which squealed indecently and hideously.
A girl?
Alekis inquired.
A married woman? Where did you pick her up?
At the Gerbeau.
Private?
An actress.
Ah, where does she perform?
Various places. She dances.
I see. And when did you reel her in?
Wednesday evening. I accosted her in the small salon. My friend. What a cat, what a demon. She came with me at once. In her automobile. She has an automobile. She's my mistress.
And where do you meet?
Here.
Alekis pondered, smiling with envy.
You wretch. She comes here, does she?
Every day since the old folks left. Every night. And during the day, too. Listen, she just left. A moment ago, when I was on the telephone, she was still here. Here. And he pointed to the divan.
Alekis sniffed the air, caught the scent of orchid perfume, saw the brightly lit rooms. It did not seem so implausible after all.
Plump?
Slender.
Blonde?
Chestnut.
What's her name?
Give me your word of honor.
Said Jancy, and while accepting his friend's handshake, he wanted to tell some enormous lie, but it failed him.
Marianne. Dear Marianne.
He sighed.
Well then,
Alekis conceded.
must be a nice little lady. But watch yourself all the same, he cautioned his friend. Don't be taken in. Women like that are usually hysterics.
I know, but what a hysteric. Listen, she goes cross-eyed when I kiss her. She talks deliriously. And, Alekis, listen here. Listen, Alekis. Are you listening?
Alekis listened. The obligations of friendship required it, for in similar circumstances, Jancy had been at his disposal. But Jancy's mouth hung open. He had fallen silent. While he had been talking, Anna had stepped into the drawing room and announced that tea was ready. He glanced at the girl, then at Alekis, who had turned around and was also looking at the servant. He expected Ilekes to burst out laughing now, to point at the girl, in whom, from the precise description, he would recognize the actress and expose him, but that did not happen. Ilekes stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and walked with him toward the tea table. Yancy was dejected by this. That colorless, shapeless sadness settled over him, the same as when he was alone. And since he could not endure sadness for a single moment, and agitatedly resisted understanding its cause, or surrendering to it and draining it to its dregs, he resorted to artificial means, like the morphinist who puts an end to his torments with an injection. He poured glass after glass of cherry brandy, clinked with his friend, and drank and whistled. After tea, he brought out his favorite book, read aloud from it, and was amused that the poets he did not know were crawling after their muddied, glorious dreams with trepanned skulls and dislocated limbs. They also attempted a telephone prank, but it only half succeeded. They rang up a mutual friend. He was not at home, and consequently they could only inform his widowed mother that her son should report, in his own interest, at 8 o'clock the next morning to the Political Investigation Department. Ilekes kept glancing at his watch and left too, despite all efforts to detain him. He also had an assignation, evidently with another actress. Left alone, Jancy went on drinking brandy, but with a clumsy movement, he knocked over the bottle, and the cherry brandy spilled onto the white Persian rug. Anna cleaned the carpet, swept up the cigarette ash, tidied up, for the two fine birds had thoroughly turned the apartment upside down. The young master held himself erect. The drink had not gone to his head. He was what you might call a dry drunk, rigid and somber. Even so, he had to say something to this girl. He rose from the table and walked toward her without swaying.
Look here.
He said, and perched a pair of red spectacles on his nose, squinting at her through the paper lenses. To make her laugh, the girl did not laugh.
Oh, how ugly.
She recoiled.
How you disfigure yourself.
Yancy took the revolver from his pocket, aimed it at the girl, and fired. The revolver mewed.
Did I scare you?
He laughed, going after the girl, who was still backing away with both arms raised.
Come now, don't be afraid. It's only a joke. Come here, I'll show you something else.
From his wallet, he fished out a black-bellied banknote.
Have you ever seen one of these? American money, $1. Do you know what it's worth? A fortune. And this is French, and this one here is Dutch. Foreign currencies.
When he had stuffed the banknotes back into his wallet, he stretched. He felt as though his head had been pumped empty and his spine were made of glass.
Make up the bed.
It said,
I'm turning in early tonight. His Excellency and her ladyship arrive in the morning. And mind you, not a word that I didn't go to the office, nor about Mr. Ilekes. I'll take care of it.
In these 4 days, Anna had done all the work entrusted to her. She had darned many stockings, mended many shirts. She tied them up in 2 bundles. She had scrubbed the stairwell, too. The gracious lady could come now. That night she waited for the young master in the kitchen in vain. He did not come out to her, yet now she was very much afraid, alone. She kept seeing that figure with the red spectacles and the white face, who had pointed a revolver at her and played the fool. At 2 o'clock, the kitchen window rattled. She got up and shut it. Outside, a cool wind had risen. The trees roared. Then she heard the rain falling. Something very bitter. In the morning, it was still raining. It was a stubborn, persistent rain. It wept slowly, splashing in the muddy courtyard. The gutters vomited their foaming water. When Anna looked out, she saw that the sky had clouded over all around. Not a palm-sized patch of blue remained. She thought how good it would be to reach up there with some enormously long broom handle and sweep away the clouds, as one sweeps cobwebs from the corners of rooms. She hurried down and waited for her master and mistress under a rickety umbrella. Her hands were trembling. If only they did not find out. If only they could not see it on her, for she would not survive the shame. She pulled her kerchief deep over her eyes. The Vizis, who had come on the night train, drove up to their house in a carriage. The first person she caught sight of was the gracious lady. She was already calling out from a distance, asking whether the house was in order. Anna nodded. It was in order. And the young master hadn't been too much trouble? No, the young master hadn't been too much trouble either, she said after a moment's thought, then waited, as if she wanted to say something more. The master was the first to jump down from the carriage, in his traveling cap, with a strap over his shoulder from which a leather flask hung. Anna took the suitcases and hurried upstairs. God knows, she was even a little glad they had arrived and everything would get back into the old rut. Vizine was glad too. She found the girl there, the same old girl. She had baked a fresh Gugelhupf as a surprise and handed over the apartment in exemplary order, spotlessly clean. But she had come to expect all that by now. Besides, having moved in different circles these past days, mixing with many strangers, she had gathered new experience and now judged her home and her own affairs with a fresher, more independent eye. She lost no time in telling how the servants in Eger got up every day at 4, even helped on the farms, and earned barely any wages. They unpacked, drank tea, for they had caught cold on the journey. Yancy was still asleep. He lay stretched out on the divan, with his mouth open and his eyelids half closed, white as a corpse. The rain poured all Sunday and did not let up for 3 days. All at once, so early, autumn had arrived. The house, the little house on Attila Utka, grew smaller still, more enclosed and darker. The air had cooled too. Cold mornings followed one upon another. Mrs. Druma, whose husband was earning more and more, bought galoshes and a new autumn coat. Druma came and went on the stairs in a transparent English raincoat. Mrs. Movister rode in a 2-horse carriage to the amateur dramatic circle, to rehearsals. At home, she recited poems, bowing in the middle of her drawing room in a low-cut dressing gown with vigorous gesticulations. Steffi and Attell no longer loitered in front of the doors. The servants were cold. They warmed themselves by the stoves, wrote letters in the evening. They peeked out only for a moment, to swing the irons in the open air, tracing fiery circles in the night. The fixors, too, lived in their underground burrow like moles. The wife made broth with roux for breakfast. Fixor, in a sodden postman's cape, loomed darkly in the misty corridors like a ghost, cursing because someone had left the attic door open again. A pipe burned in his mouth, and he coughed. Those famous yellow shoes he had had requisitioned were already worn through. The brief summer was over, the poor slowly undressed, the rich dressed up. Jancy went to the bank. Freed from his 4-day voluntary confinement, he positively breathed again when he stepped into the street. At home, he could no longer find his place. His memories filled him with shame. They so unnerved him that he often had to talk aloud to himself. This girl was unbearable now. Ever since Alikes had come to see him that evening, he could not understand any of it. Then, when his uncle and aunt returned and the old order was restored, he could not so much as look at her. He suffered physically when she came through his door. For the time being, he placed himself under the protection of his relatives. He fled from her. He spent most of his time loafing about the streets, watching the women. Like a man who guards a secret, he turned to look after every woman, undressed every woman, with his gaze. At the Tatar's soiree, he yawned and took his leave in the English fashion. He picked up a girl from a confectioner's shop. He did not even find her attractive, but he took her to that quiet bourgeois hotel in Buda, where they were happy to let rooms to travelers passing through. After the confectioner's girl came a shop girl, and later some alleged drama student. He met this one in carriages. He rarely went home for supper. Together with Elekes, he set up headquarters at the Club des Parisiens, where they were given a regular table. This newly established bar had been furnished by the standards of the time lavishly, with all manner of mirrors, chandeliers, and gilded plaster columns. The jazz band blared incessantly. A jazz band has the absolute advantage that beside it, one can not only not think, but not even feel. This was precisely what the distinguished clientele who frequented this club required. Foreign chain merchants came here, newly enriched army contractors, entente officers, and better-class night women, cheerful little war widows, the former consorts of heroes, who, in view of the economic conditions, sought posterity's gratitude in this establishment. These women were glad to listen to the Negro band, which, imitating the roar of wild animals and the retching of wartime nausea, drowned out everything, even the despair and disgust that raged within them. They grew somewhat stupefied by it, and then they danced. The dance floor itself was a veritable spectacle. It was covered with glass panels, lit from below by pink electric lamps wreathed in garlands of flowers, so that it resembled some warm, enchanted ice rink. Janci spent every evening here until closing time. The women knew him, asked him for cigarettes, off-putting, yet they liked him. He danced the one step with a certain stiff elegance. He could often be seen in the swirl of tobacco smoke, pressing one of these women to him, his pale head inclined, admiring his patent leather shoes as they glided across the glass floor. It was dawn before he found his way home. His key turned slowly in the lock. In the entrance hall he pulled off his shoes and crept to the divan in his stockinged feet so as not to wake the Vizzies. Anna always heard this. She could not fall asleep until the young master's footsteps had faded in the drawing room. Every night she waited, and during the day she waited too. She waited for him and waited for something. Perhaps that one day he would speak a kind word to her, or smile at her, or at least ask her for this or that. Janci said nothing. He was gloomy and in a hurry. Clearly, he was angry with her. Yet for his sake, she had begun to take care with her appearance. She combed her hair several times a day, glanced in the mirror, and even at home, while working, she wore her finest dress. The one and only check. In November, the nights grew longer still. From the Southern Railway, the whistles of trains could be heard. A stray locomotive cried in the darkness, movingly and plaintively, like a small child. On Sunday, Vizine went to church. Vizi, too, was already out. The young master rose late. He was arranging his trousers in front of the wardrobe. Anna threw open the windows to clean. When she reached the wardrobe, she summoned her courage and spoke to him.
Young master, please.
What is it?
Please forgive me.
The girl burst into tears. She wept silently, but so violently that her whole body shook. Janci stared at her. For a while, he could not find words. Was this what he had loved? Was it possible that he had ever loved this? She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, sniffled through her nose, which had reddened like those of drunken peasant women. Her waist was tied with a Berlin shawl. In that shawl she had brought in the damp smell of autumn, like a dog coming in from outside. Through the open window, the draught howled in. Anna just wept and wept, like a cloud burst. and she mumbled something, from which only one word could be made out. Shame. The shame.
That's impossible.
Jauncey said.
Completely impossible. Out of the question.
But it is.
Don't cry. Please don't cry, he
begged, and covered his ears so as not to hear her weeping, just as once he had not wanted to hear her laughter.
If only you'd stop crying.
Oh, young master.
Be quiet. One can't talk like this. Will you stop now? Well then. First of all, the whole thing isn't even certain yet. Not at all certain. We must wait.
He shuddered with revulsion at discussing this with her in such sordid complicity.
In any case, we must wait,
he added and shrugged. He half believed it, half did not. She might also be trying to blackmail him. But from then on, it was he who inquired every day. Anna shook her head. Jauncey brought up that certain actress with Eleques at the Club des Parisiens.
My friend,
he said, leaning back in his armchair.
My friend, old chap. There's trouble. The biggest trouble.
Is that all?
Said Eleques and whispered something in his ear.
Are you sure? Dead certain. It's what we always use.
That night he stood by Anna's bed.
A hot foot bath. Take a very hot foot bath. As hot as you can stand.
The girl heated the water so hot that she could have scalded a chicken in it. She dangled her feet in. She hissed.
Well?
Asked Jauncey a few days later. Anna only shook her head again.
Unbelievable,
he muttered.
This really is unbelievable.
And he snapped his fingers. He was in a fix up to his neck. He had drawn the short straw. What a sordid business, and what a scandal there would be come spring. Eleques recommended a gynecologist who was an enthusiastic friend of the arts, and particularly accommodating when it came to actresses. Jauncey found it cumbersome to take his actress there and introduce her. So his pal put him in touch with a likable chemist who now made his living smuggling silks from Vienna and Hungarian cigars into Czechoslovakia. From him, he obtained something. He seized the moment when his aunt stepped out into the corridor for something.
Here,
he whispered quickly to Anna.
What is it?
Medicine.
And he slipped 4 1-gram packets of powder into her hand.
Hide them,
he said to the girl, who was turning the paper tubes over with curiosity.
Take them later.
Swallow them?
You don't understand. It's inside. They're in the paper. You open it, dissolve it in water, and then drink it.
Now?
When you go to bed. By morning it will have helped, but don't let anyone notice, because this is forbidden. If they find out, you could be locked up for it.
Then should I not take it, young master?
Of course you should. Go ahead and take it. But don't tell a soul. Be careful.
Anna did as he had commanded. When the house had fallen quiet, she opened the paper tubes. Inside was a white powder, like superfine flour. She even smelled it. It had no smell at all. She poured all 4 powders into a glass of water. Yet she did not dare drink it in the kitchen. She went out to the privy. There she closed her eyes and gulped it down in one go. Lord God! But it was bitter. Holy Mother, Blessed Virgin Mary, but it was bitter. She had never in her life drunk anything so bitter. And it only became truly bitter afterwards, when she had gone back inside and collapsed onto her bed. It gnawed at her palate. It scorched her throat. That foul bitterness. Only poison could be this bitter. She pressed her palm to her mouth, reached into her tongue, as if to seize hold of the bitterness, marveling that such bitterness existed in the world. Even the roots of her hair had gone bitter with it. She slept for an hour or 3, then opened her eyes wide and stared at the window. That light on the firewall was flickering in an orange glow, leaping about so that she was entranced by it. Were bells ringing somewhere? From far away, bells were ringing. The bells were booming with a dull, deep rumbling, growing ever louder. She set off to see where they were ringing so late. Then a man came in, an enormously large man, bigger than any she had ever seen. How had he got in here when the door was shut? He stood by her bed like a horse. "Will, what are you doing, you? Stay still now. Father, dear father, look here, his head is made of ham. Don't hurt him, he's only pretending to. Like the broom that sat down on the chair. For a lark. He'll stop. I'd better start sweeping too, because the filth is eating me alive. I'll pull that drawer out too, and what do I see? It's full of millet."
Your Excellency, oh, what a fright you gave me. I thought you'd fall off that wall. And what does this one want here? Go to hell, you oaf. My roux is burning. My washing up water is boiling over. Let me go.
What is this?
Asked Visinet, bending over her.
Are you ill?
Anna was sleeping so deeply that her breathing could not even be heard.
Anna. She shook her, Anna. Don't you hear?
The girl turned over onto her other side.
She's ill,
she thought. She touched her forehead. It was quite cold. Her hands and feet, too, like ice.
What if she dies on me?
She pondered. She ran up to the doctor. Movister had gone out to his patients in Kispest and was not expected back until his consulting hours. For the time being, she plied the girl with tea laced with rum, coaxing her to drink it. It would warm her through. The girl stirred, gestured at something. She asked her to turn on the light.
Why?
Visinet wondered.
It's already morning. 8:30.
She said, alarmed. Anna scrabbled around herself with some terrible fear, then pressed her hands to her eyes. She could not see a thing. All around the world was black. She had gone blind. She sank again into deep sleep and did not wake until the gentleman came home and began eating lunch. Visinet was just saying that this girl had now gone and fallen ill on her hands. At that moment, Anna appeared in the dining room with the tray.
Are you feeling better? Visinet
inquired. Anna could now see everything, but she could not hear what they were saying. Only their mouths moved around her.
She's caught a chill,
said Vizzy.
Of course.
Janshi agreed.
Just a little cold.
I think I'll call the doctor down all the same.
Visinet deliberated.
As you like.
Vizzy remarked.
But you know what these peasant girls are like.
Yes,
said Jansi.
and besides, she's already better.
By evening, she had indeed come fully round. She herself asked them not to trouble the doctor. For days afterwards, her vision swam. Her ears rang. Once she could not see the icebox. Once she dropped a silver spoon and did not hear it, and her heart was as constricted as it had been that night, and so small, and everything around her so enormously large.
Perhaps she's upset her stomach.
Visinet interrogated her.
Think back. What did you eat? You must have eaten too much of something you like.
Jansi seized an unguarded moment to spring over to her.
Everything all right?
Yes.
There you see. I told you.
It was just very bitter,
said Anna with a pale, convalescent smile.
It was so bitter.
Bitter,
The young master repeated.
All medicine is bitter. The main thing is we're through it. Well then, goodbye.
But he himself had had quite enough of this and of the Vizzies, who were constantly lecturing him about his late nights. He took his housing matter into his own hands. He went to the housing office with the minister's calling card to move into that room on Marvani Utka that had been promised to him 2 weeks earlier. He settled this within 48 hours. It was a third-floor room, not large, but facing the street, and, the main thing, with a separate entrance. That very day, he packed up his things, kissed Aunt Angela and Uncle Cornell, and by evening he did not go back to them. Jansi sat in his new room, in his beaver fur coat, chatting with Alekis. The doorbell rang. Anna had brought his belongings. She set them down.
Thank you, Anna.
the young master said, and pressed 100-crown note into her palm. He even walked her to the door. There he said,
Wait a moment.
He took something from his winter coat pocket and gave it to her.
This is yours too.
Anna looked at it in the street to see what it was. In a paper bag there were chestnuts, small, charred, blackened Hungarian chestnuts, but still warm. Now she saw that the young master was not angry with her after all. Winter. In November, the Romanians too began to stir. The advance guards of the National Army reached the Danube line on the morning of Friday, 14th November, 1919, at 8 o'clock. In Pest, security detachments were still maintaining order when on Attila Utka eagle feathers were already waving, and the steel helmets of common soldiers glinted in the sun. Everyone surged to the windows, waving their handkerchiefs at the stocky boys from the Great Plain who marched stiffly past. Across on the Pest side, people ran out to their balconies, watching the first soldiers through binoculars. It was a quiet, moving reunion. The exiles, as so many times in Hungarian history, had come home. The wagons of the mobilized army rattled along the boulevards for days on end. Once more, the old bugle calls sounded. At 9 in the evening, the retreat was already being blown from the Ferdinand barracks, calling home the soldier, the ragged soldier. Then, on the 18th, it was a foggy, bleak morning, and the red disk of the sun hung low in an Arctic sky. Amid the pealing of bells, and with episcopal escort, the commander-in-chief made his entry along Fehérvári út. Vizi Cornell stood among a ministerial delegation in a top hat. Vizine, with the Ladies' Committee of Parliament, presented flowers and tricolor ribbons draped in mourning crepe. Anna worked alone. The house was empty and quiet. Not even the whistling could be heard. She leaned out onto the balcony veranda, shook out the dusting cloth, went into one room as though looking for something, and came back. During the airing, the draft still carried for a long time the many pleasant scents of the bathroom that had seeped into the furniture.
Do you hear that?
Said Vizine when she was sitting in the salon with her husband.
She's singing.
Anna was humming some little cheerful song.
Friday evening, Saturday evening, out I go to my sweethearts in the dark.
How strange,
said the wife.
She's never sung before.
Well, so what? She's in a good mood. Would you rather she cried?
One morning she was cleaning the meat on the cutting board. Suddenly she hissed in pain.
What happened? Vizine
Exclaimed in horror. She was sitting there on the kneading stool.
I've cut myself.
Blood flooded her hand. The knife, the big kitchen knife, had run into her thumb right down to the bone, nearly severing the joint. It was an ugly, gaping wound.
Why don't you pay attention? Leave it be.
She washed it at the tap, rubbed cooking salt into it thoroughly, and wrapped it round with a small rag. But the rag soon turned red through. They sent her up to the doctor. He coated it with something that stung, bandaged it neatly, stroked her face, and said it would heal by the time she was a bride. A very kind, refined man, this doctor. A severe winter set in. It froze hard. Such a fog descended on the city that one could not see 2 steps ahead. Crows drew across the sky. Then the snow fell, buried the roads, the trams came to a halt, even the omnibus stopped running on the chain bridge. It snowed incessantly. The policeman, the fat policeman, was already ringing at the caretaker's door at dawn, ordering them to sweep the pavement or he would report them. At 5 in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, she came out in her check dress, which she no longer took off, and looked around in the bluish-violet snowfall. A deep silence surrounded her. Sparrows hopped on the bare branches. She broke the ice with an axe, shoveled the snow, swept. There were no people in the street yet at that hour. Towards 8, civil servants trickled down to the castle, cigars in their mouths. Movister ambled down too. He was wearing a winter cap now, with ear flaps tied around his sensitive ears. Sometimes he stopped at the gateway. He asked what was new, took her sore finger in his hand. The bandage had grown grimy by now, and murmured that a fresh dressing would need to be put on. The wound kept reopening in the winter's work. Her hands ached, were frozen raw and chapped, the cracks packed with coal dust. Every woman grows somewhat ugly in the cold, but servants grow so ugly that in their rags one can scarcely recognize them if one saw them in summer, in the warmth. Anna, too, grew ugly. Her hair was falling out. More and more tangles remained in the wire comb. She did not like to show herself before people. Now, for the first time, she felt fatigue, a kind of drunken exhaustion so severe that in the evenings, when she had finished, she could not even go straight to bed, but wandered back and forth, swinging her arms, slapping her shoulders, walking out to the corridor, back again, opening the door to the bedroom, the salon. Once Vizinet called out to her from bed, asking what she was looking for in the dark. Anna started. She did not know what she was looking for. She did not even know what was the matter with her. The young master no longer dined with them, although they had invited him to come whenever he liked. Every Sunday and holiday he had a standing invitation to lunch. He came once. After that, she saw him once more through the plate-glass window of the café, bending over a green table with some long stick in his hand. Later, she did not see him again. As the days passed, something in her grew numb, went dead. She all but forgot everything that had been, yet she suffered all the same. For even if she did not think of what had been, she felt that what had been was no longer like an animal that lives in the eternal present, beyond past and future, like a dog that is not given food and does not know what ails it, yet keeps dragging itself over to its empty dish, sniffing around it, and finding that it sees nothing there, slinks dejectedly back towards its bed, glancing back over its shoulder. One evening, towards dusk, she stood like this by the entrance to the attic stairs, dazed, her hands empty. "Come in," Steffi called up to her. "I'll show you something." She showed her a pink dress, a gorgeous pink dress she had sewn for herself. Then, flushed with excitement, she told her the secret, that soon there was to be a ball, a gala. Before the grandees, 100 couples would dance the Kur Magyar. All young ladies, daughters of lawyers and doctors, and she too had been included among the dancers. Now she had to go to dancing school every day. A strict dance master was teaching them. She had come by this stroke of luck through a crown guard who was courting her. One of those tall, dashing fellows known in the Christina district as the straight ones. He had put her name forward, and he would be her partner. Anna listened, and Steffi was happy to find someone who would listen. After that, she often called her up to her room. She coaxed her to the cinema. Just come. She would pay for her. Anna demurred, saying she had nothing to wear, but in the end she went. This was the first time she saw a moving picture. On the screen, motor cars darted about, someone tumbled into a lake, the Count kissed the Countess in the garden. Steffi talked about the Crown Guard. The Crown Guard was chasing after her, but she did not pay him much mind. Let him suffer. It doesn't hurt men. They're all such scoundrels. Meanwhile, she explained the pictures. She was particularly fond of one thin film actor. Each time he appeared, she touched Anna's arm. "See, that's my type. The tall, pale sort. What's yours?" To this, she could think of nothing to say, because she did not even understand what "my type" meant, and besides, the many pictures and the audience sitting around her unsettled her. She thanked Steffi but did not go again. She had no time to spare. She spent virtually the whole day stoking the fires. With them, the heating was the greatest trouble. Every single one of the Vizi's stoves drew badly. It began first thing in the morning, after the snow sweeping. She groped her way to the cellar by candlelight. The cellar was deep, its walls dripping with water. A dank warmth struck her face. She filled the 2 coal scuttles without daring to look around. Rats came across from the street, burrowing tunnels underground for themselves, squeaking around the wood piles. She was afraid of them. Before breakfast, the dining room had to be warm. She heaped fuel onto the stove, blew on it, fanned it with her apron. But the fire only flickered, giving off choking smoke that filled the flat. It was always like this, every blessed day, now in one room, now in another. Vizine grew greatly vexed.
Why don't you call the chimney sweep?
He was here only yesterday.
Mr. Bathory.
Yes.
Then you're the one at fault. You obviously don't put on enough kindling.
Mr. Bathory Arpad, a nobleman with 3 predicates, lived across the way from them. He was the sweep for the Christina district. He had been to the house several times, bawled and burned the chimneys. The next day the stoves were smoking again all the same. One day, when her mistress was not at home, Anna had an idea and called him down. He came at once.
What's the trouble now, Anuska?
It won't burn.
Well, we'll cure it.
He leaned his ladder against the wall, kicked off his slippers, and went barefoot to the ailing stove.
I fiddle with it endlessly.
Anna lamented.
Dear me.
The chimney sweep shook his head.
Dear me. And
He pitied her, as one worker pities another. But he paid her no attention, only the stove. He jiggled the grate, felt the clay lining, practically stuck his head inside. So intently did he peer.
The wind keeps beating it back.
Anna explained.
Wait.
The chimney sweep said suddenly.
Where's the attic key?
A moment later, Mr. Bathory was out on the snowy rooftop, climbing muscularly, nimbly towards the ridge beam, like a cat, standing up by the chimney on high with his brush, black against white, like a black tomcat. He fiddled with something on the wind cowl. Anna peered up from the courtyard.
We'll check in a moment.
Mr. Bathory shouted down through the sound-muffling snow. Whether there's a draft now? He was already coming down the attic stairs. Anna asked him.
And you weren't afraid up there?
What would I be afraid of?
They went into the flat together. The girl wanted to lay a fire.
Leave it.
The chimney sweep waved her off. With his huge hand, he reached into the still-hot cinders, raked them out, and lit the fire himself with a blazing sheet of newspaper. Squatting, they watched as the flames licked around the stove and the kindling crackled, throwing sparks.
This one will burn,
said Mr. Bathory, and stood up. They waited side by side until the wood embers glowed red. The chimney sweep heaped a good measure of coal on top. He knew what he was about and did not smother it. A few minutes later, they heard the coal crackling. It had surrendered to the fire. They held out their hands. A warm breeze blew from the stove. The little iron door began to glow red.
Well,
Mr. Bathory laughed.
and from his sooty face his teeth flashed white. What did I say?
Thank you.
You're welcome, Miss Anuska, any time. Just call over to me.
All 3 of the Vizi's chimneys were cheerfully sending their smoke up into the sulphur-yellow sky. Mr. Bathory inquired from time to time.
Burning?
Burning.
That's the way. It had better burn.
On Wednesday, a vicious storm swept through the city. The wind howled, shaking the house. Outside, the Vermezo raged like Lake Balaton in winter, when one cannot see the shore. Vizine had gone to her spiritualists. Anna was warming herself by the stove, listening to the storm. The golden embers breathed slowly, collapsing with a diamond-like winking. The iron door of the stove stared at her with its 5 red eyes. Then someone softly tapped the door handle. When she opened the door, she saw that it was the chimney sweep.
Oh, she whispered, what a fright you gave me.
Surely not of me.
Yes,
Why?
you're so black.
The chimney sweep stood in the corridor in his belted black suit, with the black scoop on his shoulder, the black rope.
How can you be so black,
Said Anna, between alarm and a smile.
like the devil?
Come now.
Bathory jested. We're not such bad sorts. He stepped inside. His chain clinked in the dimness.
Are they not at home? He asked.
He came a little further forward into the circle of lamplight in the kitchen. He had large blue eyes, quite impossibly large, like actors' eyes when they are painted underneath.
What are you doing?
I'm going to bake a cake. And you?
I thought I'd look in.
He remained on the kitchen threshold standing. Anna put the yeast, butter, sugar, and salt into a bowl. She poured warm milk over it. She sprinkled flour on top and stirred. The chimney sweep watched her work, watched for a long time, then said,
I'd better be going too.
Where are you hurrying off to?
Home. I'll see if that girl is back yet. She's always gallivanting.
When did your wife die?
It'll be 2 years, in the autumn.
What was wrong with her?
Consumption.
Anna put down the wooden spoon and fell into thought, like someone reading something weighty, something full of life.
She needs someone alongside her,
Said the chimney sweep.
I can't manage her. A woman is what's needed.
You'll find one. How old are you?
35.
That's not old, and you earn well too.
People do suggest matches, even now, a widow, in Erzsébet Város. She has a small house.
Well, there you are.
Only I don't want her, now if they were offering you.
Don't be silly, she cut him off sourly, without a trace of coquetry, for just now it did not please her to be praised, for just now she knew she was not pretty.
Something drew the chimney sweep. Perhaps it was the girl's suffering, the raw pain which men instantly scent, the humility and defenselessness that often appeals to them more than beauty itself. He leaned against the doorframe. He waited until Anna had rolled the cake dough into the baking tin. Then he said,
Well, I'd better go.
Now you really should go, Mr. Bathory. They'll be back any minute.
Mr. Bathory did not deliberate much. He ran into her once more, by chance, in the street, and again said in a general sort of way that he needed a woman. Then, as was proper, he sent word through Fixornay that he would gladly marry Anna if she would have him. The caretaker's wife discharged her commission with the utmost zeal. She told the girl what a piece of luck it was. She mustn't let it slip away for the world. She praised the chimney sweep, who was a sober, industrious man, very good to his first wife. Anna did not say no. She only asked for time to think. Mr. Bathory in turn asked, through his emissary, that she come once and have a look at his home. On her day off, he met her at the Vermezo and led her up to his flat, on the 4th floor, a room facing the courtyard. Cold winter moonlight trembled on the frost-flowered window and cast a leaden, deathly light upon their figures as they stepped into the dark room. They stood far apart from each other. Anna went at once to the window and looked down. She discovered their house, recognized a tree, and from that, her own window, and she marveled at how small it was from up here, from the height. The chimney sweep lit the paraffin lamp and hung it on the wall beside the window. There were many things here. 2 large wardrobes, 2 beds with bedding, with everything one could need, a divan, a kitchen dresser, a table. Mr. Bathory opened the wardrobes. He showed her his wife's undergarments, laundered, standing there as though untouched. 6 chemises, 3 petticoats, 3 nightgowns, a red Himalaya shawl. He spoke of her with great respect, with reverence. Anna reflected, and some faint dim joy flickered through her. Later, the daughter came home, a sullen 14-year-old slip of a girl, bedraggled, in low-cut shoes. Her father told her to say hello, whereupon she said hello and sat down on a chair in the corner. Anna cooked supper, potatoes with paprika. They ate in silence, the three of them. The chimney sweep walked Anna back down. He pressed her.
Well, what do you think?
I haven't decided yet.
Mr. Bathory stressed that the marriage was urgent for him. Anna replied,
Leave me be now, after the holidays.
and so they left it at that. Before the holidays, when she had the most to do and was preparing the poppy seed and walnut rolls, her brother turned up, whom she had not seen for 5 years because he had been taken prisoner by the French. He had quite grown into a man. He even had a mustache. He held a whip in his hand. He had come by cart from the pusta, bringing something for the master. He asked how she was and drove back to the pusta. There was a grand Christmas in the house. First the angel flew into the drumas, bringing the most for the baby. Steffi received a gold bracelet watch, etel, from the Movisters, a bolt of linen. At their place the Christmas tree was lit last of all, in the presence of the Movisters and the drumas. Her Excellency and His Excellency kissed each other. Vizine surprised her husband with a cigar case, and he, as every year, bought his wife 24 handkerchiefs. Anna's gift was presented by Her Excellency. It was wrapped in tissue paper. She received a bed jacket, a brown, hard-wearing, knitted bed jacket, so that she should not catch cold while sweeping the snow. As she unwrapped it in the light of the wax candles, Drumane nudged Movisterne. She recognized this bed jacket. Katika had been given it, had worn it too, and then when she left, she had tossed it back. Matter, spirit, soul. The Vizis came home on Epiphany from a large political tea at the Tatars, at which 2 ministers had been present. The wife stopped short when she reached the kitchen door. In the kitchen there was a strange man, a man she did not recognize. He was sitting at the table, and beside him, at some distance from him, sat Anna. At the sight of her, the unknown man rose politely and greeted her.
Good evening.
Now he could be seen more clearly, for the lamp lit up his pale face and fair silken hair. He wore a light gray suit and a long necktie. Vizine kept studying him with mounting suspicion, conferring with herself.
You don't recognize me.
The man said in a not unpleasant baritone, smiling.
The chimney sweep.
Oh, is that you? Well, I didn't recognize you at all. I've never seen you like this. Good evening, Mr. Bathory. Good evening.
The uninvited guest did not impose for long. He waited until the lady of the house went inside, lingering a little so as not to give the impression that he was fleeing, then quietly took his leave. Now the scales fell from Vizine's eyes. She shook her head dreamily. She had not thought of this. She had not thought that Anna might have ties to someone else, that her Anna might have ties to someone else, and that just anyone could simply sit down in her kitchen. The whole thing was so disagreeable and tactless, a downright usurpation of rights, rather as though she had found the chimney sweep on her white divan in the bedroom, cheerfully puffing away on a pipe. The impudence outraged her, but she said nothing. Slowly she broached the subject.
Tell me, Anna, does this man come to see you?
He looks in now and then.
What do you mean, now and then? Perhaps this wasn't the first time. He's been here before.
He has.
How often?
Occasionally.
I don't like this. You know that perfectly well. A strange man in my house. Nowhere in the world is such a thing done.
He comes of his own accord. I can't throw him out.
But that is not how things are, if you please.
For all I care, he can stay at home.
Then why don't you tell him so? Tell him.
I can't bring myself to, Your Excellency.
Well then, I shall tell him. You have other things to attend to.
Please tell him. It really is all the same to me.
Visiné spoke to the chimney sweep. He showed himself no more, but the matter was far from settled. While they were cooking, she gnawed at the girl's ear incessantly.
Was he courting you?
He was talking.
He filled your head with ideas. He wanted to turn it.
Where's the butter, Your Excellency?
There on the windowsill, my dear. Be careful, Anna. Be very careful. He'll only confuse you. And what did he say?
Once he said,
She began, but she went to the tap, letting water into the jug, so that Visiné could not hear what she was saying.
So, what did he say?
She pressed, once Anna had set the jug on the range.
he said he has no one,
Nothing else?
and that he needs a woman.
How interesting. And what did you say to that?
Nothing.
That was wise of you. It's absurd. He's not the right sort for you. Anna agreed with her openly, and deep down in her soul, too. But the moment she no longer heard her arguments, she wavered again.
The news that Anna had acquired something of a suitor did not remain a secret. The whole house learned of it, and it split the tenants into two camps. Mr. Battery took care to create advocates for himself in his absence and work upon public opinion. Above all, he relied on the servants. Fixornay, who had been promised something if she secured Anna, was his unconditional partisan. She won Steffi over to the cause as well. Steffi encouraged Anna to use her head and not be choosy, otherwise she would end up like her, still in service at the age of 32. Etel, the Mauvister's old Etel, was not entirely won over. She acknowledged that it would be a fine thing, but she laughed, saying what did a servant need a husband for? She was happy as long as she was single. The Drumas took a decidedly anti-marriage position. Mauvisternay regarded the coming events with benevolent neutrality. These people instructed her every day. One warned her to hurry, another that she must on no account rush into it. There was still time. Anna received so much advice that it made her head spin, and when she took stock of where she stood, she would have liked best of all to be left in peace, or for them to decide for her any way they chose. She loathed the whole business. She was always on the side of whichever party she had spoken with last. There was no telling what had got into her, whom she had last spoken with and whom she had not, which of the contradictory counsels in that welter she had heeded. One day, however, this is what happened. Anna, in the middle of peeling potatoes, calmly and simply, informed her mistress that she should find another girl. She was going to get married as soon as possible, as soon as the new maid was in place. If possible, she would like it to be on the 15th already. If that was not possible, she could wait until the 1st at the latest. The notice was not brusque, but it was formal. Visiné did not try to dissuade her with so much as a word. She took note, equally formally. She looked her up and down as one looks at a stranger, and raising her head proudly, walked out of the kitchen. This blow did not come unexpectedly. It had been hanging over her head for weeks, but perhaps it was all the more terrible for that. Anna had been in her service for 6 months, longer than any servant she had ever had. She had grown so accustomed to her that she could not imagine anyone else in her place. No one, neither better nor worse. She did not even look for a new girl. After the first agitation, she surrendered to a kind of fatalistic inaction, a kind of objectless hopefulness, in which the spiritualists only confirmed her. There, in veiled terms, she consulted her spirit, her blessed guardian spirit, about what she should do. And from it she received the answer that what she feared would under no circumstances come to pass, but she must now show herself to be very firm. In this she found her peace. In the meantime, however, she fell ill. Her husband found her one afternoon lying in the darkened bedroom, with an ice compress on her head, sniffing spirits of horseradish from a medicine bottle. Her illness, which returned at greater or lesser intervals, usually manifested itself in the form of attacks. Suddenly, for no reason, she was seized by a fit of weeping. Her head ached. An unappeasable headache tormented her for hours until the nervous stomach relieved itself by vomiting, whereupon the headache too gradually subsided. The doctors called this hysteria, but could do nothing about it. Vizzy did not even greet her. He cast a disapproving glance at her, then turned his back. His wife's illness had always irritated him more than alarmed him. He regarded it as a personal affront that she should dare to be ill. In the afternoon, the patient's condition worsened. She groaned, wailed, beat her hands about, then at long last began to vomit. Anna came and went with the basin. The doctor did not arrive until after his consulting hours. He hung up his winter coat with an air of tedium and went into the sick room, having already put on his genial social face. He lit the small electric lamp on the bedside table, whereupon the patient complained that she could not bear the light, and pressed one of the many handkerchiefs around her to her eyes. Movister first of all advised that they open a window crack, as the air was very close. Vizzy stood at the head of the bed, ready to act. He called his wife Angel by her maiden name, as he always did when a stranger was present, and inquired after her condition. The doctor chided his patient. He took her hand in his and held it there for a long time, without saying a word. He counted her pulse and took her temperature as well. He nodded, no fever, everything was in order. Then, so as to do something, he proceeded to the general examination. He uncovered the body and looked at it. He knew this body the way a tuner knows a piano. He tunes often, every hammer and key of it. But he knew that the mechanism itself was not everything, and that for the interplay of hammers and keys to produce something true, something like life and music, something else was required too. For this tangible thing, enclosed within itself, was not entirely isolated in the great universe around it, as it appeared. It was not entirely alone and alien, but was connected through heaven and earth to everything that lives. Disillusioned, he set about the formality he had already gone through so many fruitless times in his life. He pressed the stomach, the intestines. He sat the patient up, asked her kindly to sigh, listened to her lungs, percussed the cardiac dullness, and courteously gave thanks for everything. During this examination, the husband held his very breath, as though to assist the doctor's work by this means. Vizzy belonged to that class of educated 20th-century men who believed as blindly in the medical science taught at universities, and indeed in all those branches of science for which official diplomas are issued, as a believer does in his religion. He regarded every doctor as a being who knew somewhat more about us than we do, and for this reason he saw them in a certain mysterious light. He watched Movister's movements in just this way. When the doctor shook down the thermometer and his cufflink clinked against it, Vizzy felt that this thermometer was now clinking medically. The stethoscope's rubber tubing and the stethoscope itself aroused a similar frisson in him, and all the while he waited for the doctor, who was bending over his wife, suddenly to exclaim that at this instant he had finally found the true ailment. Movister, however, said this:
"I find nothing."
Not her stomach?
"There's nothing there."
Her lungs?
"Perfectly clear."
And her heart?
"She has an excellent heart."
What should she eat?
"Whatever she fancies."
A light stew, perhaps?
Vizzy offered helpfully.
"That too."
Won't you write a prescription?
"I can write one,"
said Movister absently. He did write something. Vizzy bustled about.
I'll send for it at once.
"It's not that urgent."
Movister gave the prescription to the patient.
"Take 10 drops of this on a sugar cube, if you would be so kind. You may take 15 if you are restless, but only then. Rest as much as possible. find distractions. Does your head still hurt? There, it doesn't even hurt any more. I told you there's nothing wrong with you.
He extended his hand to take his leave.
Her trouble is,
Said Vizzy, glancing at his wife.
Angel, may I give you away, if you please? Her trouble is that she is forever fretting. Her maid has given notice, is getting married.
I see, said Movister.
She's been working herself up over it for a week. She isn't sleeping.
Surely not in earnest? Asked the doctor.
It's really not very pleasant,
Said Vizine hoarsely.
I trained her, and now she ups and leaves me.
Well, that's the way of it. Because they're ungrateful, because they have no sense at all. I spent half a year toiling, struggling with her. Was it worth it? You see, I have a patient, 76 years old, who has just started learning English. By the time he learns it, he may well be dead. Or, let us say he doesn't die any time soon, and later, at about the age of 100, he dies having known English. Was it worth it? Or is it worth beginning anything at the age of 20? It is indeed worth it. One must somehow fill the time.
And yet she was such a good girl. But she's gone mad, Vizine whispered. Quite gone mad, Doctor.
She hasn't gone mad at all. She's merely getting married. Let her go. Let her marry. You'll find another.
One like her. Never.
Well, not like her then. Let us say not as good, but somewhat worse.
Who'll steal from me?
Well then, she'll steal. Believe me, a very good servant is not all that good a thing. Let her be like the rest. Part good, part bad.
Like your Ethel, you mean? Forgive me, Doctor, but I would not tolerate her sort in my house. I've always wondered at you.
I'm hardly delighted with her either. She's even rude to my patients. The other day she gave a patient a dressing down for not wiping his feet. But what can I do? Everyone has some fault, and that's natural. One must come to terms with it. Their lot is no bed of roses either. They toil and labour so, and their work is such that they cannot even take pleasure in it. Because the moment it is done, it is already gone, instantly devoured, soiled and ruined by us. I beg you, by us. So let them at least have the consolation of being allowed to be a little bad. One must understand this.
Oh, I understand.
Vizine nodded, and through her teary lashes, after the downpour, a small ray of light seemed to appear.
There's just one thing I don't understand. Tell me, dear doctor, why are they such swine?
Movister saw that they were grinding in two different mills. He did not pursue it further, but mumbled,
Quite so, quite so. As I was saying, 10 to 15 drops.
Vizine stared after him, her eyes wide. She resolved that never again in her life would she call down that old ass. But her husband, who had seen Movister out and come back, said,
The doctor is right. Absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with you. Why do you keep holding your hand on your hair?
Does it bother you?
Very much. All day long my head aches at the office, and when I come home you regale me with this sort of thing. It's petty. You'll find another one, and that's that.
But understand, I absolutely need her.
Exaggeration. You always exaggerate. She's a decent girl, I grant you, but in the end, you can't force anyone. We have to let her go.
And yet under no circumstances am I letting her go.
What are you going to do? Even if you stand on your head, she'll still leave. You're only fraying my nerves now when I've got the most work. Besides, I'm fed up to the teeth with this servant business. Drop it once and for all. The devil take it. Let her go to blazes. Let her go to hell.
Don't shout.
You don't shout. This is a comedy. Or do you perhaps believe that what this girl does, no one else could do?
No, the woman shouted, and knelt up in bed, white in her nightgown, flailing her arms. No, what this girl does, no one else could do.
You're not normal, Vizi barked at her, and stared in astonishment at his wife, who, frightened herself, lay back down. You're not normal.
And you're coarse, you're rude, rude as a blanket. That's how rude you are. That's how vile you are. All your life you've been like that with me, so coarse, so vile.
The woman dabbed at her slowly seeping tears with the many handkerchiefs lying about, now with one, now with another. Vizi sat down and picked at his nose. He listened to her revile him, patiently, resignedly, the way husbands who cheat on their wives listen, and occasionally wish to do penance for it. Then the telephone rang. He hurried to the desk, cupped his hand around the mouthpiece, and spoke to someone with yeses and nos, but very quietly, took his coat, and left the house. Mrs. Vizi was left alone in the large apartment. She sobbed a little more, then wore herself out, and stared motionlessly ahead. All at once, Anna stood before the bed.
I only came,
She stammered.
to ask whether Madam would care to order anything.
The woman did not reply. Ever since the notice had been given, she had not spoken a single word to her. She hated her so much she could not bear the sight of her. Anna waited, hesitating in the atmosphere of hatred that enveloped her coldly. She felt sorry for Her Excellency, that she was ill, that she suffered so much, and that perhaps she herself had been the cause. Mrs. Vizi sighed. She sensed the forbidding mood had somewhat softened. The girl was still standing there, did not want to leave. Then she adjusted her small pillow and in a scolding but conciliatory tone said to her,
Well, have you come to your senses?
Instead of answering, the girl bowed her head. Mrs. Vizi spoke with long pauses.
Because I need to know. I've had enough of this once. I don't want another scene like it. I'm not detaining you. You're within your rights. You may go. You can leave me in the middle of winter all alone. You can't force anyone. If you don't like it, we part ways amicably. But if you stay, then you stay. Besides, I don't understand you. What was wrong here? Were you mistreated? Didn't you get enough to eat? Do you need money? Your wages are in the savings bank. They're accumulating. Why don't you say something? You can withdraw them whenever you wish. Then you can buy something with it, something of value. Or shall I raise them? That too can be discussed. What do you want?
Anna took a small step forward. Mrs. Vizi saw the moment had come to sweep her off her feet for good. Now she heard the voice of the Spirit, telling her to be firm, firm.
You don't even know what you want. You believe this wretched man who's turned your head. I know the type. They promise the moon, then leave you. They don't even earn enough to support you. What will you live on? Where will you live? Would you move into that filthy little hole to moulder away? These men only want a servant, a free servant who does their washing. They don't even pay wages. A good fool, not a wife. And then, even if this chimney sweep were young, but he's not even young anymore, and a widower. He has a daughter as big as you. I know that little brat. She'll scratch your eyes out. Do you want to be a stepmother? Oh, I've seen this before. Many of my servants married. And then they came, saying their husband beats them, that he's a drunkard, that he has no work. Oh, Your Excellency, I kiss your hand. If only I could come back here once more. They begged, but whoever sets foot out of here once, I don't want back. What will become of you then? Where will you go? Home. You can go to the Jews, to Jewish households, where... What?
The girl whispered something, smiling. Mrs. Vesey launched one more gentle assault.
Don't ruin your life. Don't ruin your youth. That beautiful youth of yours. Because you'll regret it bitterly. Listen to someone wiser, someone more experienced. I'm not saying if there were someone worthy, but this, someone will come along, later, then will marry you off. I'm not forcing you. Think it over once more. But this is the last time. Give me your answer tomorrow. Think it over carefully first.
Anna smoothed her hair.
I've already decided.
So you're staying?
I'm staying.
Mrs. Vesey, after the great battle, sank back onto her pillow.
Wouldn't Madam like something for supper?
Nothing,
she said.
Or bring me a little preserves. I haven't eaten a morsel in 2 days.
Anna served her with such nimbleness and happiness as she never had before. She brought sour cherries and syrup. On the paper label, Mrs. Vesey recognized Katika's angular lettering and said,
This is still from last year. Katika made it.
And then, after a long time, she thought of her, while she spooned the dark red juice and spat the pits onto a small plate. Her former servant occupied her mind, as if into this jar of preserves, as into an energy reservoir. She had compressed the driving force of her labor, and it had now burst forth. The sour cherries lasted several more days. Each time she ate from them, something flickered up. But when the paper label ended up in the rubbish and the jar was rinsed out, she no longer thought of her. Otherwise, the piece was sacred. Anna herself went over to the chimney sweep and showed him the door so decisively that he took offense, and barely 2 weeks later married the widow from Erzsébet, who even had a small house of her own. She did not mind this greatly. When they pressed her, asking whether it was better this way, she said it was perhaps better so. The agitation in the house subsided. Even Steffi no longer defended her position. She walked about dejected. She too had suffered some unpleasantness, just when she had learnt the Kermagyar and had already purchased her patent leather shoes for the ball where she was to dance alongside young ladies of good family. She received a letter from the organizing committee stating that, to their great regret, they must forego the pleasure of her kind participation. Anna lost her novelty from day to day. She blended so thoroughly into the order of the house that she vanished, was scarcely noticed, was not spoken of anywhere. Like most servants, she too began to imitate her mistress. She already smoothed her hair exactly the way Mrs. Vesey did, and acquaintances, when they telephoned, often could not tell whether they were hearing her voice or her mistress's. Carnival, the bank messenger brought Joseph Elekes his daily post up to the foreign exchange department, which consisted of nothing more than a death notice. He opened it and was so startled that he nearly dropped the notice to the floor. In the center of the morning border, in bold letters, he caught sight of the name of his best chum, the name of Janos Patakarius. He had heard nothing of Yancy for months. He had disappeared from the bank one day without any announcement or notice. He was struck from the list of employees, and at his bachelor lodgings in Buda, all they knew was that he had gone away somewhere. According to the Viseys, he was staying in Vienna. But he had not written to them or to anyone else. The death notice read as follows: Ferenc Patakarius and his wife, née Teresia Jambor, in their own name and in that of their relatives, announce with hearts broken by grief that their only son, Janos Patakarius, died on the 16th of February, 1920. to all serious life, and henceforth lives only for merriment. Wherefore the merry deceased, by this not unusual rote, invites his friends on the above date, at precisely 24 o'clock, to a convivial champagne revelry to be held at the Club des Parisiens, so that there, together with him, they may ceremoniously bury all cares. Good cheer is obligatory, down with melancholy. Peace be upon his ashes. Elekes stood aghast, leaning against a safe, turning the death notice this way and that, finding the joke excessive. Over his alarm a faint grin flickered. He read it once more, this time savoring the text's ever bolder, more ingenious stylistic refinements. Well, the rascal had really taken them in this time. Yancey arrived that same day on the Vienna Express. From the Newgate station he drove straight to the Danubia Hotel, where he had a room opened for himself on the first floor. He bathed, went down to the hotel restaurant for lunch. There a man was already waiting for him at a table, the housing agent, whom he had summoned by telegram. They dispatched the deal in no time. Yancey signed some declaration by which he transferred his Marvani Utsa apartment, together with all its furnishings, in perpetuity, in return for which the fellow slapped down a bundle of dollars, which Yancey nonchalantly stuffed into his waistcoat pocket. It happened with American speed. They shook hands. After the great and dazzling Vienna, this small and shabby pest seemed so intimate that he was almost moved to tears. It was an enchanting afternoon, fresh and idyllic. One of those winter afternoons when the sheer joy of being alive fairly sparkles. Crisp snow covered the city. Even the stone lions of the chain bridge had snow on their brows, as though someone had bandaged their heads with a white kerchief. Ice skates jingled in the hands of women hurrying to the rink. Sleigh bells tinkled. The frost, the hard, wholesome frost, nipped at faces. Inside the Gerbeau, the glass chandeliers were blazing, and on Váci Utka, on Corona Herceg Utca, on the old-fashioned last-century streets of the inner city, lights were kindling one by one behind the plate-glass windows of the shop displays, in which everything now appeared more desirable, more magical than at other times. The shoes, the books, the mineral water bottles on the mossy rock beside a small ornamental fountain, and then the quince cheese, the mounds of hazelnuts, the hillocks of walnuts, the cone of succulent, still moist barberry dates like distant childhood memories, the gifts of St. Nicholas. In this theatrical play of light, the sky participated from moment to moment. Now it glimmered apple green behind the Gellert Hill, now it blushed rose-pink by the royal palace, now it faded to pale gray, and then swiftly the small, fiercely twinkling winter stars appeared. Towards evening, the Veazys received a lady visitor. The servant showed her into the drawing-room, where she took a seat, while Mrs. Veazy changed into another dress so as to receive her properly. This lady, drawing her otter fur coat around her against the cold, awaited the mistress of the house. Upon her entrance, she introduced herself in a thin, bird-like voice, immediately began using the familiar form of address. As gentry-folk women do, spoke of Veazy, whom she knew from the ministry, of the Paticariuses, whom she had met in Eger. In general, she kept up a constant chatter, and stared hard at her through her lorgnette. Mrs. Veazy behaved reservedly. At first, she could not make out from her words what she wanted. She supposed her to be a member of one of those committees which at that time were everywhere recruiting supporters, collecting money for social organizations, various public welfare causes. This one, too, kept mentioning some countess or other. She rattled her tongue rapidly, but softly, with that superficiality which glides over and skims past everything, the way such swindling women do. She was dressed for an evening out. From beneath her fur coat, her green shoes and silk stockings peeped out. Later, she took off her tulle boa, opened her coat, and then her thin powdered bosom became visible, along with her ball gown, an impeccable silk dress richly embroidered with gold beads. Mrs. Vesey was just replying to something, already suspicious, already about to ask her to show some form of identification. But then she changed her mind. She looked at the woman once more, stepped up to her, and without a word, removed the hat from her head. Her head was covered by a bushy wig, of a color rather like her own hair, amber yellow.
"You wretch,"
said Mrs. Vesey.
"What are you doing here?"
I'm going to a masked ball, Aunt Angela. I kiss your hand.
"Where have you come from?"
From Vienna. Tell me.
She asked her aunt as she walked the length of the room, her coat slightly hitched up.
I'd make a pretty woman, wouldn't I?
"You're a splendid figure, I must say. Your poor father doesn't even know what's become of you. And what are you doing there?"
Business dealings.
"You're fibbing."
I'm in the coal trade. Do you need coal? How many wagon loads shall I send?
"Madman. And how long are you staying?"
I've only come for a day. I'm going back tomorrow morning. By the way, how are you? Uncle Cornell?
"Haven't you heard? He's to be made a state secretary."
Congratulations. I say, couldn't something be done with the state? If Uncle Cornell comes to Vienna, he must look me up without fail. I have a fine apartment, Rothenturmstrasse 1. Well, goodbye, Aunt Angela. My friends are waiting for me. Elekes, the whole gang. See you again. Kisses. I kiss your kisti handod.
"Surely you're not going out into the street like that."
There's a motor car waiting downstairs.
"Take care of yourself, Yanksy dear,
Mrs. Vesey admonished him.
and do right to your poor father."
He entered the Club des Parisiens through a side door. He was surprised at how bare these back rooms were. A few walking sticks, coats hung on the pegs, the waiters were still combing their hair in shirt sleeves. The proprietor himself received him. He already knew he was dealing with a Viennese coal merchant. With much bowing, he ushered him into the curtained private room where the table had been laid for 10 as instructed. The negotiations were conducted in German. Yanksy had bouquets of flowers placed beside the settings, stipulated that a dedicated waiter should attend to them, and reviewed the menu. He found everything in order. He only left instructions that the gentleman should be directed here, and that his presence should not be disclosed to anyone. He put on his black silk mask and stepped into the ballroom. The locale was ablaze. The jazz was working away, but only a few couples were dancing as yet. Now the staff released 30 enormous balloons, which drifted uncertainly in the opalescent light, then came to rest beside the arc lamps wrapped round with paper streamers near the ceiling, as though wondering how they had come here from the blue sky of spring. Gradually the masks arrived. A Pierrot with his Pierrette, a gypsy girl alone, a booted peasant lad with a steel-tipped stick and a feather of maiden's hair, a green-haired fool and a red-haired one, and the usual coppery noses, Chinese mustaches and gray beards, jesters' caps and paper cones. The greatest sensation was caused by a well-known pot-bellied stockbroker who appeared dressed as an executioner in blood red, in a blood-red hood, a blood-red mask with an enormous broadsword. Yancy observed the ever-growing whirl of the human mass from his corner behind his fan. He searched for his chums, the 9 he had invited. For the time being, he spotted only Alekis, in tails, without a costume, with some blonde pussycat. By now, the dancing was faltering. There were so many people that the couples could only move vertically, leaning against one another. He too was drawn among them. Some unknown man asked him to dance. He lost his partner somewhere in the melee around the orchestra. Elekes happened to be standing right there, took him in his arms, and carried him on, pressing him tightly to himself, gazing through the two slits of the mask at the eyes that flashed within. He stumbled through the hall with him several times, and with his warm, pleasantly damp hand, squeezed his hand. All this was so peculiar that afterwards Jansi himself asked several others, dancing alternately with men and women. But he could hardly wait for supper to thaw out in his circle of friends, which he had been deprived of for so long. At midnight, when the masks fell away, he looked around. Beneath the masks, unfamiliar faces emerged. He too removed his mask and wig, and unbuttoning his dress, made his way towards the private room. The gentleman, who had already been seated there by the waiters, waved the death notice and received the guest of honor with great glee, while he gazed at them gravely, almost sternly, in his mismatched attire. Elekes smothered him in kisses, the others lifted his skirt, fondled his breasts. Only 4 had come. Besides Elekes, there were Dani Totosi and Pista Indali, to whom he was bound by a sort of superficial party acquaintanceship, and Galovich, with a monstrous ox head in his hands, some vague acquaintance whom he had not even wanted to invite. Those he had absolutely counted on, the bankers, had not come. This dejected him. He quickly changed, reappeared as the host, had his 5 missing friends telephoned for, but received the answer that the gentlemen were not at home. They waited a long time for them. Then the supper had to begin regardless. There was great eating and drinking, consommé in cups, a superb Lake Balaton pike perch, roast turkey with Californian prunes, wines of Badacsony and the Rhine. The maître d'hôtel brought the buckets in which the French champagnes lay cooling, sugared with fresh snow. Yancey sat at the head of the table, to his left, on the side of his heart, Elekes, with his neatly parted hair, his swarthy complexion, his monocled eye, and it was to him he spoke, his head almost resting on his chest. Like someone who has not spoken his mother tongue in a long time, he became uncommonly garrulous. What he had kept to himself for months, he now blurted out all at once, poured it before them. He had enormous sums of money, not merely those dollars that had come from the apartment transaction, but on top of that, another $200, Austrian stamped and unstamped notes, Hungarian fichs as well. He told them he was living in a 5-room apartment with a Polish dancer named Daisy, who was his mistress, and with whom he also conducted his business deals. As proof, he produced the music hall girl's inscribed portrait and her letters to him, written in German. These were passed from hand to hand. They had to believe him. But Galovich, that odious Galovich, kept needling him. "Are you keeping her, Jansi?" "What?" "In the rain." Jansi endured it for a while, then with a contemptuous glance murmured in his direction,
I like it when a flea coughs.
and he turned his head away. The supper was not going as he had imagined. They had not even finished the Carnival donuts when strangers appeared. Galovich introduced one of his friends, who sat down and drank with them. At the parfait, 2 women pushed their way in impudently, throwing confetti at Jansi. It left his mouth tasting of sawdust. After the table was cleared, when the head waiter came round with the cigarettes and cigars on a tray, with a burning candle so the guests could light up from its flame, Elekes drew Jansi aside, who naturally obliged, to the tune of $50. Totosi and Indali likewise received something. Thereupon they went off to dance. Elekes, too, was fetched by his blonde pussycat, a little cellar flower whose yellow powdered face was showing its freckles through. Galovich poured champagne into the women and entertained them by periodically placing the ox head on his own head. Towards dawn, this rotten character carried his glass over to another table where he drank with his women. Jansi was left alone. He had no desire to dance. Nothing but new faces were milling about, people he did not know, for the clientele of this bar changed weekly. Elekes came back from the dance with his collar drenched in perspiration. Yancy seized his hand and would not let go.
It's no use, he sighed. It's no use. There's a dog in the egg.
Elekes continued. Yancy was silent. He would not have known what to say. He had already boasted of everything, the dollars, the 5-room apartment, Daisy, and he felt a kind of dissatisfaction. These fellows could not be impressed by anything. He rubbed his dry hand across his forehead.
I say, Elekis,
He suddenly began.
there was someone else I had once, but you didn't even know about it, back then when I first came up to Pest.
That actress?
No, that was then too, but not her. Do you know who it was? A servant girl.
Oh my.
I tell you, Elex, a servant girl, a perfectly ordinary servant girl.
And he stood up and shouted, for the saxophone too was making a terrible din.
Oh, but what a morsel she was. Fine flesh. She was a virgin.
You don't say.
I tell you, old man, a crack-heeled maid. Dirty and ugly. But she was good, Lord. She was good.
Elekes, leaning on the divan, played with his silver cigarette case, bored by his friend, and was glad when the blonde pussycat peeked through the curtain again and called him to dance.
Elekaz,
Yangshi yelled at the top of his lungs.
Alekis.
And he stretched out his arms after him. But his voice could not be heard. The drums of the jazz band were now rolling as wildly as at dawn during military executions. For a while he stood there, arms outstretched. Then he slumped into his chair. He was utterly alone, utterly empty. There was nothing left. He was disgusted by this lot. He heaved himself up, went to the washroom, splashed water on his head, and on his way back asked the head waiter in the corridor for the bill. The head waiter calculated with lightning speed. The sum that emerged was so large that Jancy sobered up at once. He pointed out to the head waiter that he was not drunk. A dispute arose over how much champagne had been consumed. The proprietor had all the empty bottles brought over, explaining that the gentlemen had also been entertained at other tables with the ladies. There was also some disagreement over the dollar conversion, at which point the latest Zurich exchange rates from the evening edition of the Pester Lloyd were marshaled against him. Yancey threw down the money. He reached the hotel at 5:15. After paying here too, he had scarcely any money left. He told the porter to send his luggage out to the train, the 8 o'clock Vienna Express. He did not go to bed anymore, but aired his head along the Danube embankment. He walked the length of the deserted Rakoczyut. Not a soul about. How much darker Pest was than Vienna. Once again he grew bored, looked for a coffee house, but the coffee houses were not yet open. He plunged into Józsefváros, into those crooked, parallel streets he had always enjoyed wandering through. Here, too, the commerce was moribund. The music had fallen silent. In the corner, coffee shops they were sweeping. The street women, chilled through from the night's work, drank their coffee with milk standing up. Outside, only the most determined, the most industrious were still prowling. Yancey tramped down one of these streets, lower and lower, whistling, turning his face to the sky, and whistling up into it. The sky, which that afternoon had played in such marvelous colors, had turned black, covered by snow clouds, and the hoar frost was slowly settling on the fur collar of his winter coat. Somewhere around the middle of the street, where an empty lot had stood unbuilt upon for years, directly opposite, in front of a shack, a woman was still lingering, no longer young, past 40, leaning against the doorpost, on her thick, lard-like face, an expression of animal boredom. Her hands, which had once pickled cucumbers, hung by her sides, except that this woman, quite surprisingly, wore an apron and a colorful peasant kerchief over her hair. She was one of those who, with this folk costume, aimed to kindle at dawn in the starved imaginations of factory-bound workers freshly arrived from the country, and of master journeymen out carousing on Saturday nights. the unfulfilled dreams of the peaceful hearth, of happiness, of the good little tidy housewife. She would not even have dared accost the elegant young gentleman, for her regular clientele was not drawn from such as him.
Whew.
Jansi thought, when he had already walked a few paces past her.
How strange that would be. Whew.
He thought again.
How dreadful that would be.
He walked neither faster nor slower, but the woman, who stood guard at the doorway, divined the thought that had just passed through his mind, and now, quite boldly, crept up behind him, and in some inexplicable voice said, "Do come in, sir. You won't regret it." And she said this so appallingly, with a certain playfulness and repulsive familiarity in her tone, that the young man stopped. He did not even glance at her yet. His back was to her, but he heard the woman slip ahead into the doorway of the shack, which was already open. Yangtze followed. She lived at the very back of the yard, beside some shed or woodshed. The door of her room opened outward onto the yard and creaked with the frost. A lamp kept vigil in the center of the table on a maroon velvet cover. When the woman turned up the lamp, Yancy saw a divan, a towel, a pillow, and on the wall a portrait of Kaiser Wilhelm, with all his decorations. Later, as dawn was breaking and the gray February morning peered gloomily through the window, he paced back and forth, lit a cigarette, and tossed the woman an Austrian dritte Sorte as well. She bent after it because the cigarette had dropped to the floor, wiped it on her shirt, and put it away. She had never smoked. Jancy rummaged among her belongings, poked about here and there, curious. On the table, he discovered a worn book bound in green velvet with brass ornaments, whose pages, the moment he opened it, fell apart. It was the woman's autograph book. He leafed through it. It had already been filled to the brim with good wishes, with commonplace life wisdoms drawn from the classics, with golden maxims that mostly invoke similes, or symbols, the dawn of life, and the anchor of hope. He browsed through virtually the entire autograph book. That little time before the train departed had to be killed somehow.
Who wrote this? He pointed to a page.
A friend.
When?
Long ago.
And this?
An acquaintance from Gyönyös, but sometimes a guest writes in it too. You write something too.
What?
Think of something. She brought ink in a small bottle, a pen, some rusty pen. Yancy pushed this aside and unscrewed his new waterman. He was indeed racking his brain over something.
What's your name?
Mrs. Piscally, the woman replied, as though to a detective at a police interrogation.
You're a widow?
No, she insisted, Mrs. Piscally, the wife of József Piscally.
So your husband's still alive?
In Transylvania, he's an upholsterer. He won't agree to a divorce.
Never mind, that's not what I asked. What's your Christian name?
Ilona. Yanchi furrowed his brow deeply, still thinking, holding the raised gold nib poised to write. Then he wrote, in round ornamental letters, as carefully as into a penmanship copybook. This is what he wrote.
In a green forest I was walking. A little violet I was finding. The little violet said to me, "May you be happy, Aluska."
He signed his name beneath it, too. His full name, and this as well, for reasons unknown, with an exclamation mark, like the verse, underlined, thus,
János Patikarius.
He dried the wet writing over the glass chimney of the lamp, handed the autograph book to the woman, who thanked him. "But how beautifully you write," she said. "You must be some kind of clerk or a lawyer." Yancy just caught his train.
The terror. There was ever more definite talk of Cornel Vesey's appointment as state secretary. The candidate enjoyed the government's full confidence. Many times the appointment seemed on the verge of being announced the next day. But the matter stalled, fell dormant somewhere. Then they would prod it,
and it would flare up again. It was above all Gabor Tatar and his friends who were pressing. From the parliamentary corridors, from the party circles, the answer they received was that everything was in order. Meanwhile, spring had arrived. The white candle blossoms reappeared on the chestnut trees of Christina. The oval Biedermeier frame of the tunnel showed green foliage in the gold dust of April, and the cobblers once again stood outside their workshops in their old-fashioned guild-like leather aprons. On Holy Saturday afternoon, Mrs. Visi went to the resurrection procession. She watched from Attila Utka, the ancient church in which Istvan Széchenyi had once sworn eternal fidelity to Crescentia Salern. The banners had already begun to move, walking above the crowd, seemingly of their own accord, when Gabor Tatar stepped up to her and congratulated her as the wife of the state secretary. The next day, the newspapers published the appointment. Visi's greatest dream had been fulfilled. He had become a state secretary, not a full state secretary, as he had hoped, only a deputy, but with such a broad scope of responsibilities that his ambition was satisfied. Over the Easter holidays, the well-wishers came one after another, an endless stream. They could receive them in fitting style. During the long months of waiting, they had spruced up the apartment. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the wall sconces, whose electric bulbs were covered with little red silk shades, cast a theatrical light upon the new wallpaper. Bottles of cognac, cigars, and cigarettes stood permanently on the table. Visi now arrived at his house in a government motor car. Now the soirée could no longer be postponed either. They had to invite their friends, to whom they were so greatly indebted. Since the war, they had not given a single large party. When they drew up a list of those who absolutely had to be invited, it emerged that they could count on at least 25 to 30 guests. Visi attached importance to the soirée being worthy of the occasion. The lady of the house also considered engaging another servant alongside the old one, but for the time being there was no servant's room, and two could not sleep in the kitchen. At the end of May, on a mild, clear day, they held the soirée. By then, the entire house had been transformed into a restaurant and pâtisserie. Etel took on the dry pastries, Steffi the tortes. In the afternoon, the chase that had gone on for days came to an end, and another bustle commenced. The seating of the guests was resolved by almost entirely clearing out the study, dining room, and drawing room, and laying the tables in these three rooms. The Movisters and the Drumas lent their silverware, their chairs. The house of Cornel Visi was resplendent. When that evening Fixor, in his ceremonial uniform, opened the front door and admitted the guests, one could see the stairwell, whose skylight transformed the house into a single small enclosed palace. A red coconut fiber runner carpeted the stairs up to the first floor. Here, on the topmost step, the host stood in his dinner jacket, exceedingly amiable, beckoning to the arrivals, almost rejuvenated, made handsome by the knowledge that he had achieved everything that could be achieved in a lifetime. His friends from the ministry came. His acquaintances, with whom he was connected by business affairs, several military officers and clergymen. The Gabor Tatars, with their two daughters, Yancy, arrived in tails. He brought a large basket of flowers for Aunt Angela. At precisely 9 o'clock, the minister ascended the stairs, his own departmental minister, with his wife. Visi hurried down a few steps to meet them, kissed the hand of the Excellency's wife, said something to the minister, at which they both guffawed, then escorted them in. The remaining guests were received as a substitute host by Druma alone. Etel and Steffi served, dressed as ladies' maids in white aprons with little caps on their heads. Anna remained in the kitchen. She was frying the breaded chicken, basting the young geese with fat so they would brown nicely. These girls, going in and out with their trays, would from time to time report what was happening inside. Her Excellency is sitting next to the minister, in her purple velvet dress, with those large pearl and gold hoop earrings. His Excellency is paying court to the minister's wife, Jansi, if you please, to the doctor's wife. Now the minister made a speech, then His Excellency Tatar, then Druma, finally Vizzy. The applause and cheering kept surging up again and again. After Etel had brought in the May wine too and carried out the platters, she reported this to Steffi.
The ladies have gone into the drawing room.
What are they doing?
Talking.
About what?
Well, what about? About servants.
They never know how to talk about anything else,
said Steffi, pursing her lips.
Let's eat,
Etel proposed. She took a platter of roast meat into her lap, grasped the parson's nose of the goose, and began gnawing at it. Steffi ate, with knife and fork, daintily.
Why aren't you eating?
Etel asked Anna.
I'll eat later.
Why are you saving it for them?
Etel encouraged her.
Don't feel sorry for them?
Now's your chance,
said Steffi too.
That's right.
Etel nodded.
They're doing plenty of rag-picking themselves. They don't even pick the plain ones. They'll soon be keeping a footman and a cook.
A butler,
Steffi added with a mocking smile.
Just like we had at the Count's.
Etel smacked her lips. Steffi stared into the fire.
At ours, even the newspapers had to be warmed for the butler in winter.
Why?
Because they were brought from outside, and they were cold. The old Count once sent them back with the butler to warm them up. After that, they always had to be warmed. And do you know, Etel, what the cook used for fuel during the war when he needed a big flame? Fat. He threw it on the fire by the ladleful. That's how it was.
What's it to you?
Etel asked her, her mouth full. She gnawed the necks of the chickens, cracked their skulls, slurped the marrow from inside. She dipped balls of bread in the drippings.
Quite right, she approved. If they could. At least you got your share too. The main thing is to have something to eat. A person's got nothing else anyway, only what they eat.
Etel was still not finished with her supper. From the plates, she picked up a bone here and there and sucked it clean. She was not squeamish about her master's mouths. She poured herself a little wine from the various glasses, mixing them together, and drank. Inside, the sound of the piano struck up. Etel flung open the kitchen door so she could hear better. She nodded her head to the rhythm of the music with her white cap like a fat old angel. They were already dancing. Etel and Steffi pushed the tables aside. The couples could not all fit. Many were forced into the entrance hall. Jansi, too, floated out with Mrs. Movister. By way of a joke, he danced through the bedroom into the rest of the apartment, round and round. At one point, when they reached the bathroom, the young gentleman pressed his partner close and kissed her on the neck. The beautiful doctor's wife laughed with a low, cooing sound. Anna, who had been standing in the entrance hall with her ears red from the heat of the stove, heard this. She looked in that direction. She tried to run back to the kitchen, but walked into the wall. The lamps blazed up with a sort of cross-eyed light. Otherwise, the party went on for a long time. Only Movister slipped away right after supper. The rest stayed. Even the minister did not stir. He was having an excellent time. Everyone was having an excellent time. Perhaps because the minister, too, was having an excellent time. A cheerful, light-hearted hubbub rustled. They did not argue, but rather thawed, sprawled in a triumphant sense of well-being. Little scraps of gossip crackled about who had divorced, who had died, who had grown fat and who thin, and the people who had confused some uncertain acquaintance with another, having been informed that the one they had been thinking of was not that person but a different one, and that the one who had divorced had already married a second time, and the one they had thought alive had long been dead, and the thin one was in fact fat, and the fat one in fact thin, having placed the persons in question in the appropriate compartments of their brains, were at ease. Mrs. Vesey was growing ever more agitated by the gaiety of her guests. She swallowed nervous yawns into her throat. She was exhausted by the several days of hostessing, but above all by the hollow congratulations, to which she had to respond with equally hollow words. Through the smoke, she watched her husband, who, far from her, in the third room, was bustling around the minister and bowing to the ladies with that false amiability of which the more one squanders it, the more remains. Somewhere in the window recess, she came upon a pretty little blonde Viennese woman with whom she had not yet spoken that evening. She was the wife of some major industrialist. As she did not speak Hungarian, she could take no part in the general conversation, and was thus just as isolated as herself. Mrs. Vesey sat down beside her. She told her in great detail, in German, about the death of her little daughter, but she had told this so many times before that now she only heard the rapping, mechanical words. She did not even feel the consolation of the grief. She kept glancing at the pendulum clock, waiting impatiently for them to leave. At 3 o'clock the minister stood up. The smoke was thick. The blue coils entirely obscured the chandelier, which now gave no more light than a street gas lamp on a foggy November night. Vizzy was dozing at the edge of the table, his head drooping. He listened to the minister's motor car pulling away, to the noise of the departing guests gradually dying down. Everything had been good, he thought. Everything had been fine, and now that too was over. But he was already hiccuping. He took some bicarbonate of soda and went to bed. The lady of the house remained at the table. She surveyed the devastation. In capricious, futurist blotches of color there loomed before her on a glass saucer the yellow smear of apricot jam and a knife rest, cabbage strudel and a cheese bell, toothpicks and mayonnaise, cigar ash and May wine with its sweet woodruff. She wanted either to restore order or to sweep everything off with her hand. She was so tired that she kept asking herself why people eat at all. The 3 servants came in. She had them air the rooms, sent Steffi and Ethel upstairs. Anna was pottering about at the table right under her nose. She lifted a jug, then set it down again.
Leave it,
Mrs. Vesey lamented, covering her eyes with her palm.
I'm so sick of it. I can't stand the sight of it. For God's sake, stop clattering. Close the windows and go to sleep yourself. You can clear up tomorrow. Don't disturb me. And in the morning, don't wake me. I want to sleep for a long time.
Her husband was snoring in the light of the still-burning lamp. She unhooked her dress, tossed it aside somewhere, practically leapt into bed. Barely 5 minutes later, no, not even that long, the dining room door opened and Anna entered. Without lighting a lamp, she fiddled about at the table again. Perhaps she did want to clear it after all, so there would not be so much to do in the morning. After all the laughter and chatter, there was a deep silence here, and indoors the master's sawing snore only made it deeper. All at once, a crash reverberated through the ransacked rooms as though a pistol had been fired. Anna, unfamiliar with the borrowed furniture, had knocked over an oak chair, one of the Movister's chairs, and it fell its full length upon the floor. She waited to see what would happen. Her master and mistress were in the first deep sleep and did not wake. In the neighboring yard, a dog was howling at the full moon, not far from them, in Tabor Utka, the swan, that big white dog she knew. Anna paced back and forth. She ran back to the kitchen, ate something in the dark, quickly and greedily, whatever came to hand, the leg of a breaded chicken and a great deal of pastry. Afterwards, she collapsed against the front hall door, as if she wanted to leave, to go somewhere. But she changed her mind, ran loudly to the bathroom, and from there, through the yellow-papered door, into the bedroom. Vizinet woke to find someone sitting on the edge of her bed. She raised herself a little from the pillow, opened her sleep-drunk, heavy lids, and stared at this figure. In the uncertain moonlight, it looked like some kind of ghost, wreathed in silver mist. She was not frightened by it. The figure seized her hand with its left hand. Their wide-open eyes stared into each other's at very close range.
"What do you want?"
whispered Vizine.
"Anna, is that you? Go to bed."
The visitor did not answer, just sat there, just held her hand, would not let go. She moved slowly, and it was precisely this strange slowness that made her shudder. For she moved so slowly that one could not bear to wait it out. Vizine reached for the girl's neck with her still free arm, to push her away, but she shoved so clumsily that she only pressed her closer, was practically embracing her now.
"Cornell!"
She screamed suddenly.
"Cornell! Who is this? Cornell, help! Help! Help!"
By then she already felt a blow to her chest, a tremendous blow, such as she had never felt before.
"Madwoman,"
she said faintly, and fell back onto her pillow. Vizzy, whose head was heavy with wine and sleep, muttered something, but was already leaping out of bed, standing in the middle of the room in his long nightshirt that reached below his knees.
What is it?
He bellowed.
Who is it? Help! Murder! Murder!
He caught sight of the gleam of the knife, the blade, the great big kitchen knife the girl was brandishing. But who was here? What had been done? Whether it was a man or a woman, of that he had no idea. He only saw that someone was slinking toward the salon door, trying to escape. He flung himself after her and dragged her back, grappling. It was a hard close-quarters struggle. Anna was terrified that he meant to hurt her, and she was just as afraid as her master. With her left arm, muscular from physical labor, she seized him around the waist. She tripped him and wrestled him down. They struggled briefly. Vizzy lost his balance by the white divan, fell onto it, and from there to the floor. The girl knelt on his chest with savage fury and thrust and stabbed wherever she could reach. His chest, his belly, his throat. Then she flung the knife into the corner. She did not care about anything. She staggered through to the salon. She washed her hands at the tap, with soap, then came back to the salon. Something was dripping in the other room, too. Drip-drop, like a tap that has not been fully turned off and is leaking. Drip-drop, drip-drop. The blood was trickling. The master was snoring, stirring, growling ever more faintly. Anna lay down on the chaise longue and fell asleep. At 6 a.m, the dustman rang at their front gate. She set off to take out the rubbish, and after that, to clean. It was a bright dawn. Rubbing her eyes, she surveyed the lavish wreckage of the feast, this circus of disorder, still not knowing where she was, how she had come to be here. Now, she stopped and went no further. The 2 wings of the bedroom door were pushed to, with only a finger's breadth of a gap remaining. It seemed she had pulled them shut behind her when she staggered out. She did not dare look in. She listened. She heard nothing. Only the silence. The profound silence. Then, pressing both palms to her face, she was seized with horror at herself. She was so frightened that her heart froze to ice. Frantically, she gathered up her rags, tied her bundle together. Out of here. Escape. Quickly. Away from here. The house was still sleeping after the revelry. She could have run up to the attic, or perhaps down to the cellar, to hide behind the mangle. But she was afraid that someone might be lurking for her in the stairwell. She dropped her bundle. She opened all the windows facing Attila Utka, so as not to be so alone. The thrushes were already singing, greeting this beautiful summer morning with their whistling. The trams were clanging too, and Swabian women were carrying milk into the neighboring houses. Until 11, no one disturbed her. She sat hunched on the chaise longue, elbows on her knees. After 11, someone rang at the outer door, rang for a long time, was determined to get in.
They're asleep.
Fixer called up to this someone.
Why are you ringing so much? Bring it down, I'll take it.
It was the delivery boy from Viatoris's little grocery, who usually brought up the groceries at this hour. The caretaker said to him as well,
There was a big party here last night.
Movisterne sat down at the piano, as was her custom at this hour, and played. Her singing sounded overhead. The telephone rang. Anna picked up the receiver, but put it back. After that, the telephone bell buzzed incessantly. Around 2 p.m, there was banging at the door. "Open up! Can't you hear? Open up now! Are they still sleeping? That's impossible. We should look from the street." From Attila Utka, too, people called up. "Hey, someone, who's in there? Someone is in there. There's definitely someone in there. The windows have already been opened, and more voices could be heard. Here and there, everywhere. But I'm telling you, they didn't leave, sir. We would have seen that. Anna, are you asleep? We must wake them. Just keep banging. Bang harder. Break the window. Break down the door. Force it open."
"That is not permitted,"
said Druma's voice.
"Run for a policeman at once."
The constable arrived. He had heard what a racket there had been here last night. First he too rang the bell, tapped the latch with a key, but finding the situation suspicious, he sent for a locksmith. The locksmith forced the lock. He requested 2 witnesses to accompany him. Druma, sir, and the locksmith, and with them and Fixor he entered the front hall.
I said there was someone in here,
the caretaker insisted, and caught sight of Anna, who was already standing beside the chaise longue.
So you're in here? Why don't you open the door? Are you deaf?
The policeman paid her no attention and strode with his heavy steps toward the bedroom. He pushed open the 2 wings of the door, and there before his eyes opened all the horrors of a city park chamber of terrors. He himself recoiled. This was the first time he had ever discovered a murder. He rushed toward the girl at a run, grabbed her by the shoulder, and forgetting himself, shook her with all his strength. "Was it you?" Anna lowered her eyes, like someone confessing. "Why did you do it?" The policeman roared at her, his great mouth gaping wide beneath his catfish mustache, and his eyes bulged. "They'll hang you," he bellowed, almost beside himself, pronouncing the sentence like a court of first instance. Anna knew this, but now her heart, which had frozen in the mortal terror of the night, was all at once suffused with a kind of warmth, like a spring breeze, because they were using the familiar form of address, because this peasant policeman, who was like the lads in her village, addressed her as Tay, and she did not even see in him the official person performing his duty, but only someone who was of her own blood, who was her own kin. In the front hall, a crowd of people had gathered, residents and strangers. They were peering into the dining room. The policeman ordered them out firmly. "Disperse," he said. "Murder. Everyone leave the premises, in the name of the law. Caretaker's wife, lock the gate. No one is to leave the building. You are responsible." Uncle Antal's suits, the beat constable, whom Anna also knew, took charge. They all watched him with relief. It was comforting to see, beside life's immense madness and incomprehensibility, in this drunkenness of blood, such simplicity and sobriety, the representative of strength and authority, walking about with assurance, his sword clanking, rising above so much anguish and sickness. This big bulk of health with his broad shoulders. The policeman, the thick-set, stout policeman, pillar of the social order. "Where is the telephone?" he asked Anna. She nodded her head in its direction. "Hello," said the policeman. "First District Headquarters?" "Hello," Antal Such, Police Constable number 1-1527. I humbly report to the clerk, sir. A murder has been committed. A double murder. Attila Utka 238, first floor. Vizzy. What is the other name? Cornell. Yes, sir. Cornell. Both are dead. I have apprehended the perpetrator. I am preserving the scene. Yes, sir. He received the clerk's instructions. Yes. 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 Yet yes. He escorted the girl to a spot beside the salon stove, stood her facing the wall so she could not bolt, and from then on one eye was on the murderer, the other on the door. He took off his cap, wiped his brow, blew out hard after the excitement. Fixer sat crushed and crumpled, staring at the floor. Druma and the locksmith whispered. Already the horns of the police cars were shrieking along Attila Utka. 2 cars came. In the first, accompanied by the duty officer, a counselor from headquarters, the examining magistrate, and the police surgeon. The second crammed full of detectives. I humbly report to the counselor, sir. Antal Such saluted, standing at attention, clicking his heels together. I, as the beat constable. Today at 2 p.m. Is this the murderer? Asked the counselor, cutting him short. Yes, sir. The constable pointed at her. Their maid. The gentlemen stared in astonishment. In all their long experience, it had never happened that a murderer had not fled the scene of the crime, or at least attempted to flee. It was strange. They quickly surrounded her, as if afraid she might escape, as if it were they who wanted to murder her. Very well, said the counselor. He proposed to the examining magistrate that they conduct the on-site examination. The fingerprint expert discovered 2 intact and usable fingerprints and immediately took away the blanket and the pillowcase to have them fixed. The photographers photographed. Druma introduced himself to the counselor, who dismissed him and the other witness. In this salon, where only yesterday they had knocked before entering, the men of the police worked with casual ease, even though beyond, in the other room, the late masters of the house were still there. The police surgeon, together with the counselor, the examining magistrate, and the clerk, proceeded to the bedroom. Vizine lay on her back in the bed, without a single blood stain. It seemed that she was merely sleeping. Her mouth was closed, and around it hovered a small, cold smile. The knife had plunged straight into the center of her heart. She had only a single, great wound. She had evidently died instantly, from internal hemorrhage, without suffering. Her face radiated a kind of transfigured calm. Vizzy lay before the divan, on the floor, in a pool of already congealed black blood, with 9 wounds. On his neck was the mark of a fingernail. Beneath his eye, a long scratch. It was evident that he had fought to his last breath. He had died hard, and, as the doctor determined, considerably later than his wife, after a long death agony. His jaws were clenched, his aquiline nose rose sternly, angrily from his wax-pale face, both his hands balled into fists. He was almost heroic in this strength beyond death, something fine and antiquated, something that is no more. The corpse marks were already showing on the victims. Those who had seen so many horrors in their lives, the members of the criminal commission, were themselves appalled at the bestial cruelty with which the murderer had dispatched them. When one or another of them crossed into the salon, his face brought back the reflection of the horror as in a mirror. Every face bore horror, for they did not understand why it had happened and were trying to understand. Only Anna's face bore no horror. She too did not understand why she had done it, but she had committed what she had committed, and since she had already committed it, somewhere inside, deep down, very deep down, there must surely have been something for which she had absolutely, necessarily had to do it. and one who sees something from the inside sees it differently from one who sees it only from the outside. They found the knife in the corner, set it aside as evidence. They drew up an inventory of the furniture, measured the room with a tape, its width and length, drew a plan of it, and sketched in the two corpses. The doctor dictated the official record. Then the counselor came out and gave instructions to the detectives. Search the rooms. They had been waiting only for this, like hounds that at a single whistle rush out onto the hunting ground. They burst into the various rooms, investigated, banged doors. One immediately tore the cover from the chaise longue and crawled under it, as if searching for someone there. They opened the piano lid. They even rummaged among the food on the banquet table, in the cream cake with a glass spoon. They were evidently looking for stolen money, jewelry. But there was nothing anywhere. In the maid's room, they upended and dismantled Anna's camp bed. On a chair, they found her tied bundle. The detective brought it in and opened it. Everything was there that she had ever possessed when she crossed the threshold of this house. Those few ragged handkerchiefs, those few headscarves, the hand mirror, the iron comb, the tin trumpet, and a paper bag of charred chestnuts, too. Only the blue cotton dress and the men's lace-up shoes were missing. She had worn those out long ago. The detective reported to the counselor. Her bed hadn't been made up either. That is important, said the counselor. It must go into the record. She did not even intend to lie down. She had planned it in advance. Now he had her brought before him from beside the stove, stood her facing the light streaming in through the windows, the great May light, and asked, Did you do it? Why? What do you mean, The counselor grumbled irritably. We've heard that already. I am asking you why you did it. Why? Were you angry with them? Did you want to take revenge, or did they mistreat you? You must have done it for some reason. Anna wrinkled her young but prematurely lined peasant brow, and she wrung her hands. She sighed.
Oh.
She said, oh, twice, and smoothed her hair with that mannered, half-crazed gesture she had learned from her mistress. The police surgeon conferred about something with the counselor. The doctor had Anna stand even closer to the window. He held his closed fist up to the girl's eyes and snatched it away quickly, many times in succession, as if playing a game. He reached behind the shell of her ear and pressed firmly. He asked questions about this and that. He sat her down on a chair and tapped her knee. It was then that the counselor noticed 2 bloodstains still glowing red on the girl's chemise, each the size of a poppy. She has her condition, the doctor explained. At this, all the men who were present looked at Anna, then glanced away, with a masculine sort of bashfulness. Otherwise, she's hardly bloody at all, said the counselor, as he continued to examine her and lifted her arms. Only here. And here, look. Did you wash? He asked her. Where did you wash? They'll strip her anyway when she's taken in, he said to the others. The gentlemen talked among themselves again. The gentlemen wrote again, always talking, always writing. Where were you during the commune? The counselor grilled her. Where did you work? For whom? What is his occupation? Didn't you have some communist lover, some terrorist, who gave you certain papers, certain red papers? One still had to assume a robbery murder after all, even though this too was implausible, for the money and all the valuables had been found in order. What did you take? The counselor interrogated. Come now, tell us nicely. Where did you hide it? You'd be better off confessing, my girl. We'll find out everything anyway. He gave the order. Search her. Hands up, the policeman commanded. Anna clumsily raised both arms, bending them slightly at the elbows. Straight, the policeman corrected. Now she held both arms straighter, and the murderous girl, burdened with the most terrible crime, for a moment evoked in the minds of those present a certain old, awkward pillar saint, standing with arms outstretched toward heaven. The detectives set about the search. They were looking for knives, firearms on her person. They patted down her bosom, her skirt, front and back. Nothing, they said. Nothing. The on-site examination was already concluded. The mortuary men could come. The police surgeon and the counselor signed documents at the table. Now the counselor turned to the two detectives. "Take her in." Anna was still holding both arms up, by now entirely without purpose, for in the meantime they had forgotten about her. The detectives signaled to her that she could lower them now, and they said, "Let's go." The girl did not move. At this, they flanked her. One detective touched her arm. She, however, pushed him away from her quite lightly. The counselor, who had been pacing up and down the salon, stopped. He called out to the detective, "Handcuff her!" The detective placed the girl's wrists, one on top of the other, wound the chain around them. It clicked softly. Anna allowed this. She looked at her handcuffed hands with curiosity. The handcuffs were quite new, still shiny even. A thin, flimsy chain, but strong for all that, impossible to break. She had imagined them thicker and rusty, with some monstrous ball at the end. Yet it seemed to her that she knew them from somewhere. From long ago, perhaps from the folk tales in which the royal palace always stands beside the prison. She was no longer even surprised. She regarded them with indifference and stood there like someone who had been wearing them for a long time already and had long since grown accustomed to them. The detective put on his black bowler hat and started her on her way. Outside in the corridor, they whispered around her, "Murderer. Here is the murderer." Steffi and Etel leaned forward pale, over the railing of the second-floor corridor, wringing their hands. The whole house trembled. Later, up the same staircase, 2 black wooden coffins were carried. The victims were lifted into them and transported to the Forensic Anatomical Institute, to the cold store. But hardly had one shock passed when the next came. Half an hour later, the detectives roared back and took Fixor and Fixorne away too on suspicion of complicity. In the course of the investigation, suspicion had arisen that they were in league with the murderer and that the relatives had been colluding. In the upended house, Etel took over as caretaker and Druma assumed command. He had Steffi take 2 reply-paid telegrams to the post office, one to the late lady's brother in Eger, the other to Yancy, who had already returned to Vienna. He kept in constant contact with the police and received the reporters too, who appeared one after another upon hearing the news of the murder, requesting interviews from him and also from the servants for the color pieces they were to write. In any case, everyone had lost their heads. Movister only half-heartedly held his consulting hour, then went over to the Drumas. The residents of the house, sleepless and chilled from the hangover of the previous night's revelry, huddled together. Drumane served milky coffee and pastries to the visitors, who were naturally brooding over this horror the entire time.
"I don't understand,"
Movisterne lamented.
"I don't understand. No matter what I do, I cannot get it into my head. A girl like that, such an honest girl."
I hadn't liked her for a long time,
said Drumane.
There was something wicked in her eyes. She had a sneaky face.
But she had been in service with them for nearly a year, and we all knew her. She seemed so reliable.
Listen,
said Drumane, slapping her forehead.
It's just come to me. I had a little pair of scissors. You know, the kind of slightly curved nail scissors. I was very fond of them. These little scissors disappeared after Christmas. We searched for them for weeks, Steffi and I. I even mentioned it to you, that we couldn't find them anywhere. We had no idea who had stolen them. After all, nobody comes here. Steffi doesn't steal, and Etel doesn't either. Well, I'm telling you, she took them. You think so? I do, darling. I'm absolutely certain anyone who murders is capable of anything. I'm not saying it because of that. You know us. With us, that sort of thing. Thank God doesn't matter, but I'd stake my life on it. She took them.
Incomprehensible,
Mavis Dernay muttered.
One begins to be afraid, not knowing whom one is living among. Dreadful.
A somber, nervous mood settled over the room. Drumane took her little boy on her lap, kissed him, and looked around the bright, comfortably furnished bourgeois dining room with a shudder. Her husband rose. He still could not free himself from his afternoon experience, from the terrible sight he had witnessed with his own eyes, and he speechified thus.
They have poisoned the soul of the healthy Hungarian people. Those scoundrels, those villains. Before, this would have been unthinkable. Such an atrocity. But here's the result of all that communist propaganda, those agitator schools. This is the last convulsion of Bolshevism.
And of the war,
Movister added.
I believe,
said Mavis Dernay,
that she must have been mad after all, because anyone in their right mind doesn't do something like this. After all, she had no reason whatsoever. She's not accountable.
Not accountable?
Druma argued with her.
Really, my dear lady? That's the easiest thing to say. And what about the 2 lives? She should hang. Or do you believe, Miklos, that she really is not accountable?
At the moment she committed it, certainly not. But otherwise.
You hear? Even her husband doesn't believe it, and he's a doctor. Oh yes, we should just let ourselves be murdered, the rope around her neck. Even if she's ill, she should perish. She must be cut out like a poisonous boil. They were all in it together. Fixor, that red scoundrel, his wife, the whole gang. You can't settle this with some medical mumbo-jumbo about her being disturbed, about her having a weak nervous system. This requires a legal perspective. Because what will become of society otherwise? Yes, the nest of vipers must be burned out. Every last one must be destroyed. Whoever disrupts the order of society must perish without mercy. Hang them! Hang them!
Little Druma began to whimper in his mother's lap. His mummy snatched him up, carried him about, soothing him. Druma too grew restless. Where was that Steffi so long? After all, she had only run to the post office on Feutka. Now a girl crept into the dim stairwell. She slipped up noiselessly, like a shadow, to the first floor, along the walls, unnoticed by anyone. She stopped before the Vizi's door, which had been sealed by the police, and rang the bell, several times in succession. She waited for minutes, then when no one came, sat down before the door and began to weep bitterly. Etel ran into the Drumas.
Please come,
she announced breathlessly.
Katika is here.
Katika? They asked in alarm, for on this ill-omened day everything seemed frightening, the harbinger of some new calamity. Who is Katika?
The one who used to work for the Vizis.
What does she want here?
Druma fretted.
Why didn't you lock the gate? Who let her in?
They all thronged onto the corridor. From there, they watched, moved and aghast, as the maid, the old maid, in her white skirt, her pink blouse, her patent leather shoes, sat before the door of her dead employers like a living statue of fidelity, like a ghost returned. She wailed loudly.
She is mourning them,
Edel whispered, and wiped a tear from her own eye. All this was indeed so heartrending, so interesting, and very beautiful, like the final chapter of a penny dreadful. Even the rabble that had poured in from the street into the stairwell marveled at it.
Druma sent Etel down to clear out the strangers, lock the gate with a key, and bring the girl up to them. There was no putting heart into Katika. She just drank her hot tears and could not be persuaded to stop. Etel patted her back. She practically had to support her as she guided her up the stairs to the Druma's kitchen. Here the family seated her. But the moment she opened her mouth, she burst into tears again. She could barely manage to stammer out how she had come to be here. She told them that she had just now read it in the evening paper and had immediately dressed
and hurried over to see that blessed lady, her excellency, and the master, than whom there was no better man on earth. But I knew it, she gasped, gulping for air. I felt it. I dreamed it.
What did you dream, my darling Katika?
Said Edel. She was a bride, she panted.
The lady?
Such a beautiful pale bride, with a white veil, a wreath on her head.
That means something bad. A wedding always means something bad.
And we were cooking and baking. We slaughtered so much poultry, the grease was just dripping.
Especially the feasting.
I even wanted to come and warn them. Oh, if only I had come. Oh, if only I had stayed, because there was no better situation in all of Budapest. Katika wrung her nose. Her handkerchief had become as wet and filthy as a dish rag. Drumane, to divert her from her grief, asked,
Where are you working now, Katika?
For a gasworks engineer around here. And she bellowed again.
There now, stop crying. Look, here's Steffi too.
She poured milky coffee into a cup, topped it with thick, greasy cream, and set it before her.
Drink this, my dear Katika. There are 2 nice fresh pieces of pastry beside it too. Steffi, dear, you have some coffee too. You haven't even had your afternoon snack today. Bring out a little fruit. It's in the sideboard. Etel, would you like a cup of coffee? Eat. What can we do? Unfortunately, we can't change things now.
They left the maids to themselves. These 3 girls sat with red-rimmed eyes in silence, like 3 mourning family members. Katika was drunk with pain. The rice powder on her face had gone lumpy from the soaking. But when the other 2 maids related the murder with a certain garrulous objectivity, she became interested. Even with her limited imagination, she could follow the events. She knew the scene of the crime precisely. She kept demanding ever more details and could not get enough of them. And when later the girls had exhausted their store of things to tell, she herself repeated the whole thing, reliving it so intensely that she shuddered so vividly as if she too had been there. She only regretted that the poor things had already been taken away. She would have liked to see them one last time, at least the lady, frozen in her blood, in that bed she had made up for her so many times. Inside they were discussing Katika.
You see,
said Druma,
this too proves what kind of people they were. Those whom their former maids mourn like this could not have been bad people. What sort of girl was this Katika otherwise?
A girl of good feeling,
Drumane replied.
Hard-working and, as far as I know, virtuous. She was their best maid. I don't even understand why they let her go. If she had stayed, this surely would not have happened. Don't you think, Doctor?
Perhaps,
said Movister, sunk in deep thought.
Perhaps.
Why? Every sensation of this sort passes quickly. It blazes for a few days, people talk about it, then it is consumed by the fire it has itself ignited. This case, too, was like that. At first, they debated it feverishly in the neighborhood, without getting any closer to its essence. Viatoris's grocery shop was transformed into a veritable club. The ladies and maids of Christina discussed it daily among the lye barrels and the sacks of beans. Everyone asked themselves and others why it had happened, but no one could give a satisfactory answer, either to themselves or to others. The victims were buried amid great and universal public sympathy, beside the grave in which their only little daughter, Pirauska, lay. At this well-attended funeral, the police had to maintain order. Street urchins ran after the coffins, trampled over one another to tear a flower from the wreaths as a memento. At the graveside, speeches of a political character were delivered. Several public dignitaries appeared, along with the many guests who had attended the evening party. The relatives of the deceased, the Paticarius couple from Eger, only Janksi was absent. The telegram, it seemed, had not reached him. But Vizi Etelka was there. Vizi Cornell's wayward sister, who used to sell counterfeit Egyptian cigarettes, she sobbed in her mourning veil, loudly lamenting her brother. Her great and powerful brother. After her confession at the police station, Edith Anna was placed under arrest. Her fingerprints were taken, she was photographed 3 times, then transferred to the prosecutor's office, to the prison on Marco Utka. As she entered, it seemed as if the walls were collapsing upon her. She saw an immense iron edifice in a gray, glimmering light, full of iron doors and iron staircases, thundering like some steam mill where the grinding never stops. Her warders led her up to the 3rd floor and locked her in a cell. There was a bed, a chair, a table, and a latrine, but the cell was quite clean, brighter and somewhat larger than her kitchen. She could hardly believe that a prison was only like this. She had thought that in prison the inmates slept on straw, and that the eyes of snakes and frogs shone for them in the darkness. She sat down on the chair. She did not cry, but she brooded a great deal. In the evening she knelt before her bed and prayed. The examining magistrate himself, after thoroughly studying the police records, saw scarcely more clearly than those who spoke of the case in the streets, on the basis of sundry rumors. The prosecutor's office considered it important that this tangled criminal case, which might have far-reaching political ramifications, be unraveled in all its parts, especially now, after the fall of Bolshevism, when the social order had not yet been fully restored. The examining magistrate set about his work with great zeal. However, the further he progressed, the more points emerged that he could not understand. Again and again, he reached a dead end. First of all, he endeavored to clarify the role of the caretakers. These the police had placed in preliminary detention. The fixers swore to heaven and earth that they were innocent, but with such fire that within days they had nothing left to say. Their defense consisted entirely of blackening Anna, presenting her as a secretive, devious girl capable of anything. Otherwise, there was no material evidence against them. Viatoris's delivery boy testified that Fixer had indeed sent him away, had spoken to him almost irritably, telling him not to ring because they were still asleep. After the great evening party, this assumption on the caretaker's part could not necessarily be considered malicious. A few days later, the examining magistrate released him, and his wife too. The accused, meanwhile, he had brought before him every day. When they came for her the first time, Anna crossed herself, commended her soul to God in the belief that she was already being taken to the scaffold to be hanged at once. She was stood before a thin, balding gentleman who wore a tie pin in his ready-made necktie and a gold wedding ring on his hairy ring finger. Anna imagined this diligent, modestly paid functionary of justice to be some very great, very wealthy gentleman. Later she saw that he was not a bad man. He spoke to her gently, kindly. She grew accustomed to him, was even bored by him. So often did he question her. He had her recount what she had done at such and such a time, encouraged her to remember. This did not come easily, and so the gentleman, who remembered everything better himself, helped her. Hour by hour, minute by minute, they established the sequence of events of the last days. Anna looked into his eyes. She appeared neither broken nor confused. She denied nothing. Indeed, at times it seemed as though she were positively accusing herself. The examining magistrate supplemented the investigative data, particularly with regard to possible accomplices, but by now it seemed ruled out that she had any. The data were consistent, and the accused had said nothing different before him than at the police station. Only to the question of why she had committed her act could she give no answer. One by one, they summoned all the residents of the house. Druma's testimony carried the greatest weight. He, on the night of the murder, at around 2 o'clock, had seen the girl fiddling at the kitchen dresser, at that drawer from which, according to his testimony, She had taken the knife, and he had also seen her skulking about in the bathroom at the time the guests were departing. In Etel's garrulous, vague testimony, there was one noteworthy detail. In the spring, on a Sunday afternoon, she had gone on an excursion with Anna to the Gellert Hill, to the citadel. Anna had lain down in the grass and fallen asleep. A few minutes later she started up, began running downhill, flailing her arms and shrieking like a mad woman. They had no idea what was the matter with her. She stopped only when Etel shouted at her, and even then she went on trembling for a long time. Steffi, on the other hand, approximately 2 weeks before the murder, had encountered Anna in Marvani Utsa. She was loitering alone in front of the house where Jansi Urfi had once lived. Anna noticed her but ran into the stairwell, and when Steffi later asked her what she had been doing there, she only stammered. She was unable to provide a more precise explanation on this point now either. The examining magistrate had a summons sent to Paticarius Janosch's Vienna address. From Vienna, the police replied that the individual in question had departed for an unknown destination. He had been living with a Polish dancer, but she had already given up her 5-room flat and left for Warsaw. None of this seemed important, given that Paticarius Janosch had not been living in Budapest for more than half a year. The accused's parents were summoned as well. Old Ades Istvan got off the train at dawn, carrying a bundle and 2 pairs of chickens. Behind him, in red leather slippers, walked a trim peasant woman considerably younger than he, with a straight spine, walking firmly, his second wife. She carried nothing. Since it was still early and they did not know their way around this great city, they asked at the Vermezeux which way the Vesey house was, settled down on the stairs there, and waited until the Drumas awoke. They gave the 2 pairs of chickens to the esteemed lawyer and left soured cream and fresh-curd cheese in the kitchen too, because it is always good to give the gentry a little something when there is trouble with the law. Druma explained where they needed to report with the summons. The examining magistrate heard them too. Edesana's father was a somewhat stooped, lean farmhand, already past 50, but not yet gray. Only his flaxen hair had faded, grown dusty with time, and come to look like broken straw. He stood before the examining magistrate, turning his hat in his hands, but kept squinting at his helpmate with his one defective eye, in which humility and cunning were reflected. He did not appear to be surprised in the slightest. Nothing surprises the peasant. He considers the great facts of life, murder included, just as natural as birth or death. This the old servant tried to conceal. He made his voice excessively whiny, spoke in a piteous, whimpering tone, like someone chanting funeral doggerel at a wake. He said that he had married his second wife 4 years earlier, and that his daughter, his bad daughter, his wicked daughter, had always been like this, disobedient and willful. She had caused much trouble at home, too, and that was why they had sent her into service in Pest. The stepmother, an industrious, clean, appetizing young wife, nodded along. She knew even more. Leaning toward the examining magistrate, she recounted with alarm how once Anna had nearly thrown the sickle at her, and would perhaps have killed her too, had the father not intervened. Her tongue rattled on. She talked and talked, tirelessly, with unbroken energy. But then she got tangled in contradictions. The examining magistrate recognized the situation and sent them home. He had the mental state of the accused examined. The forensic medical expert had Anna brought down to his official premises and issued a certificate stating that the accused was anemic but otherwise of sound mind. The examining magistrate clapped this document onto the rest, concluded the investigation for his part, submitted the case files to the prosecutor's office, and the prosecutor drew up the indictment. Edesana was charged with premeditated double murder. A defense counsel was appointed for her ex officio. The young novice lawyer, who until then had only handled one probate hearing and one tenancy dispute, immersed himself in the case. He intended it to be the foundation of his career as a criminal lawyer. He visited his client many times in her cell. He consoled her, told her not to despair. He would sort it all out. Anna spoke to him as she had to the police counselor and the examining magistrate. Later, the mission sisters also visited, nuns with blue veils hanging from their bonnets. These exhorted her to repentance and contrition, leaving religious pamphlets with her in which she might find the consolation of faith. The main hearing was held in mid-November, in the grand hall of the court, in view of the public interest. It was a dark, cold winter's day. In the great hall, the gas flames flickered green. The heating was on full. Attendants called out the names of those summoned. 11 witnesses had been subpoenaed, 6 at the prosecution's request, 5 at the defense's. The rising rows of seats in the courtroom were packed to capacity with spectators, mostly friends and personal acquaintances of the victims. Gabor Tatar sat with his wife behind the press bench, nodding greetings to the witnesses who had taken their places in the chairs below. One could see the entire cross-section of the building at 238 Attila Utka, with its tenants and their servants. At precisely 9 o'clock, the tribunal filed in, the presiding judge and the 2 associate justices. The judge rang his bell.
I hereby open the proceedings. The case before the court is that of Anna Edes, charged with murder. Where is the defendant? Bring her in, he ordered one of the bailiffs.
Anna Edes had already been brought down from her cell at 8 o'clock through the basement corridor. She had been waiting in a room, patiently. The door opened and she appeared, in her checked dress, which by now was completely tattered. Behind her, 2 guards with bayoneted rifles. She did not so much walk as stagger to the dock toward the judge. The guards, who were always at her heels, straightened her up, then snapped to attention. Anna saw many people above and below, lamps, paintings, and felt a great heat. The 6 months of imprisonment had not worn her down physically. Her face had filled out slightly, as happens with prisoners, and her skin was marbled with an earthy pallor. A great calm radiated from her.
What is your name?
Asked the judge, already turning to the reporting justice.
Is her birth certificate here? Then he himself supplied the answers on her behalf. 20 years old, unmarried, no children, no prior convictions. Sit down,
he said, without so much as glancing at her. The defendant sat down, a guard on either side, rifles gripped between their knees. From a red sheet of paper, the indictment was read aloud, beginning thus.
Anna Edes, Roman Catholic, without property, Hungarian.
It was a long indictment, and its reading took a full half hour. Meanwhile, the audience studied the judges, who sat on the dais without robes or caps, in their street clothes, with neckties and stiff collars, yet possessed of a certain impersonal dignity, almost medieval, almost ancient. For these men had the wondrous vocation here on earth of dispensing justice over their fellow men. This they had studied, in this they lived, and one day, on the mourning cards and on the tombstones it would say, Judge. The presiding judge leafed through a book. The reporting justice, a mustachioed, long-nosed man with a pince-nez, was tying up case files, and the voting justice, the youngest of the 3, stocky, broad-shouldered, leaned his elbow on the table and rested his large, heavy head in his right palm. To the left of the judge, a little man fidgeted, the defense attorney. He greeted his father, his mother, his relatives, whom he had assembled in great numbers for this hearing, to witness his first major appearance. The prosecutor was lost in thought. After the reading of the indictment was finished, the judge spoke.
Stand up, Anna Edes. Did you understand the charges?
He spoke to her in a raised voice, as one speaks to those who are deaf or not quite on our intellectual level.
The prosecution charges you with murdering your employers. Do you feel yourself to be guilty?
I feel guilty, replied Anna.
The auditorium murmured. The reporting justice looked at her, and the voting justice shifted his head into his other palm.
Well then, continued the judge, already in a narrative tone, tell us nicely how it happened. But in detail, I caution you. If you confess everything, you help yourself. If, on the other hand, you deny things, and
Here he raised his voice again.
You only harm yourself, for we shall have the means to prove everything against you. Now begin.
The attorney was gesturing to his client to begin, but not a single sound would tear itself from her throat. At this, the judge came to her aid.
So, you were their servant. You had been in service at the VZs for 10 months already. Let us perhaps begin at the point where, on the 28th of May 1920, there was a dinner party at your employer's home. That big dinner party.
He tried to speak in a folksy manner.
That evening you were working.
I was cooking.
Good.
Nodded the judge, as if praising her for it.
You were attending to your household duties. The guests arrived. You did not serve at table. They had finished supper long ago. It must have been about 2 in the morning. Where were you then?
In the kitchen.
Yes, you were there, and already at that point you were rummaging at the sideboard, pulling at the drawer, looking for the knife.
I don't remember that,
murmured Anna, turning toward the defense attorney, who nodded in approval.
Others will say it to your face. Then what did you do?
Then I went into the bedroom.
Let us not get confused. You did not go into the bedroom then. That comes later. First the guests were leaving. At that point you were lurking in the bathroom, lying in wait, already preparing for your deed. Don't you remember that Mr. Druma also looked in there?
No.
Well, we shall establish that presently, too. There is a witness. Continue. Let us go back to the point when you had aired the room and your mistress sent you to bed, at which point, instead of lying down, you waited until they had fallen asleep.
Then I went into the bedroom.
You still did not go into the bedroom,
said the judge, striking the table. Anna shifted from one foot to the other, shuffling back and forth through the time that had passed. A daze overcame her from the long journey. She faltered. The defense attorney rose. Your Excellency, the presiding judge, honorable court, with full respect, I move that the court be pleased to order a renowned psychiatrist to be summoned here, to examine the defendant on the spot. Her testimony is so fragmented, so incoherent and pathological, that in good conscience as her defender, I must consider her entirely of diminished responsibility. The judge conferred quietly with the justices and announced the decision.
The court rejects the motion. As the defense attorney is aware, the defendant has already been examined by experts on several occasions and declared competent. In any case, I ask that you be so good as to summarize your motions at the end.
With respect, I register grounds for annulment, said the defense attorney. The judge again made his pilgrimage back into time, groping his way forward, seeking the truth together with the defendant, leading her, although he himself could not yet see in this darkness either, and at times he waited for the defendant to lead him to the point where some light might suddenly kindle, making the whole thing comprehensible. It was as though two people clasping hands walked through the night, and the one led the other, the blind leading the sightless.
So then,
He began. Try to remember.
why did you take up the knife? What did you feel at that moment?
Anna was silent. The judge interpreted her feeling, that inexpressible feeling, translating it, as it were, into intelligible human language.
You felt that you were angry at them. Blood suddenly rushed to your brain. You could not control yourself. Perhaps you remembered that your mistress had once scolded you. You wanted to take revenge, but why?
Again, it was he who had to do the talking.
And did your conscience not awaken at that moment? Did a voice not speak within you? Did you not consider what you were doing, that there would be consequences, that you would have to answer for it before God and man? After all, you were not always this kind of girl.
The judge sensed that there was something here, a secret that none of them knew, perhaps not even the defendant herself. But he pressed on. He knew that a deed cannot be explained by one reason or by many, but that behind every deed stands the whole person, with the entirety of their life, which the administration of justice cannot unravel. He who had long grown accustomed to the fact that people cannot truly know one another did his duty.
Speak,
he urged the defendant.
When you reached the bedroom, your employers were already asleep. What did you do then?
Then I...
Go on, say it,
said the judge, very sternly.
Then you walked over to your mistress's bed, and while she slept, you plunged the knife into her heart. This knife here.
He held up the enormous kitchen knife from among the exhibits, brandished it in the air so that the spectators gasped in horror, then held it out toward the defendant, and still turning it this way and that, asked her,
Was this the one?
That was it,
said Anna, and she recoiled, for she felt as though the knife were now being twisted in her own heart. At last, she stammered out how it had happened, not so much in her own words as in those she had heard from the police officer and the examining magistrate. She recounted the course of the murder with tolerable fluency.
You killed your mistress,
repeated the judge.
You killed the mistress who gave you your bread, who never did you any harm. Let us move on. What did you do after that?
I ran out into the salon.
No, you did not run out yet. Let us not rush. Let us stay in the bedroom for now. You also stabbed your master like an assassin. You drove the knife into him 9 times. Is that so?
Yes, but I didn't mean to harm His Excellency. I was frightened of him.
You were frightened of your own crime, of your guilty conscience, and you killed again. What happened after that?
Then they came for me.
They most certainly did not come yet. Now you lay down on that wide divan, and there...
I fell asleep.
And you were able to sleep after such a monstrous outrage? Even then, you did not become aware of what you had done, that you were guilty. You did not turn yourself in, but hid there until they broke down the door. Have you at least repented of your crime since then? I beg your pardon. Would you commit again what you did?
No.
Anna started up in alarm.
No.
You may sit down,
said the judge. The examination of the defendant was concluded. Next came the witnesses for the prosecution. The prosecution's star witness was Szilard Druma, the ruddy-faced lawyer. When he rose and walked to the center of the courtroom, he seemed to tower almost to the chandelier.
You bear no grudge against the defendant? The judge rattled off the formality. You are not related to her.
The witness did not even reply, merely smiled at the amusing supposition that he could be related to the likes of her. He laid out the facts of the case with precision, making premeditation beyond doubt. To the questions the prosecutor addressed to him, he replied with terse legal terminology. He explained that the girl's agitated behavior had already attracted his attention that evening. He had begun to watch her. At 2 a.m, the defendant could have been looking for nothing else in the drawer but the knife, which she had evidently hidden somewhere. And then, before he left, he surprised her once more. The defendant was lurking in the bathroom. He had even wanted to give her a tip, but she had darted in terror into the bedroom. At the confrontation, Anna broke down and admitted that this was so. Druma was still not finished.
Permit me,
he said,
to shed light on the political background of this crime as well, and to touch briefly.
He pointed to Fixor and Mrs. Fixor sitting among the witnesses.
Upon the role of these caretakers. These people, Your Excellency, displayed such red sympathies during the communist period that they kept the residents of the building in terror day and night. For my part, I see every reason to believe that they are the actual instigators and the intellectual.
If you please.
The judge cut him off.
An investigation was launched in that direction as well, but it yielded negative results. The prosecution has not brought charges either, he said, glancing at the prosecutor, who shook his head. This does not belong here.
Druma stood there, dangling in midair on his sentence, begun but unfinished. A brief debate ensued between prosecutor and defense attorney. The prosecutor requested that the witness be sworn. The defense objected. Druma was sworn in. The defense attorney once again registered grounds for annulment. Antal Such, the beat constable, reported on the important circumstances preceding the scene of crime investigation, the placement of the physical evidence, and the defendant's indifferent demeanor. Mrs. Druma portrayed the girl as withdrawn, mentioning, in passing, the mysterious disappearance of her small scissors, and praised the Vizes, the husband, in particular. Mrs. Movister came in her slit-sided skirt, parading her new outfit, painted up as if for a theater premiere. She chatted in a light, easy manner, flirting with the prosecutor. According to her, the girl had not been withdrawn, but rather good-natured. She was astonished that she could have been capable of such a thing, for her mistress had been angelic goodness itself and had loved her too. She would have chattered on at length, but her examination, alas, came to an end. The judge informed Fixor that, as a relative of the defendant, he was entitled to refuse to testify, but he wished to testify.
I caution you,
said the judge,
to speak only the truth, as you may be required to take an oath on your testimony, and the law punishes perjury severely, with up to 5 years of penal servitude.
The caretaker, already rattled by Druma's earlier speech, became all the more anxious to save his own skin at the mention of 5 years of penal servitude. He repeated everything he had testified in the summer, and when the little attorney badgered him and emphasized the inconsistencies in his testimony, he lost all sense of measure.
That's not all she said, sir. She said other things, too. Once, when Her Excellency scolded her for breaking a mirror, she came down to our place and said she was leaving, but first she'd do something they'd be sorry for. She'd set the whole house on fire.
When did she say this? Asked the prosecutor.
Not long after she started working there.
You remember this distinctly?
Distinctly.
Think carefully. Would you swear to it?
I would, answered Fixer with solemn determination.
The witness took the oath, then bowed before the judge so deeply that it would be humanly almost impossible to bow any deeper. Mrs. Fixer stepped before the dais. The stout woman was trembling like aspic. She already pitied Anna, would have liked to take her under her protection, but was afraid of contradicting her earlier testimony.
And what do you know, Mrs. Fixor?
Asked the judge.
What was this girl like in your experience?
Well, sir, she was always so suspicious.
What do you mean, suspicious?
Sort of suspect.
She was suspect to you?
To me and to everyone.
And how did you come to notice this?
She was always speculating.
You mean she was plotting something bad?
No.
Then what do you mean?
I mean she was always brooding.
But before the examining magistrate, you testified differently. Look here.
He read aloud.
You testified that she had once tried to murder someone?
Yes, when she stuck that sickle into her mother.
Did you see this yourself?
I didn't see it. I only heard about it.
From whom?
From her mother.
That is her stepmother. Let us leave this.
The judge waved his hand dismissively.
Let us leave it.
For my part, I can't say anything bad about her. She used to be a very good girl, but... But later she turned bad.
That much we know, remarked the judge, to general amusement.
Your Honor,
bristled Mrs. Fixer, offended with a certain foolish defiance.
I can only say what I know.
And when the audience laughed again, she went on fuming to herself.
Please, sir, I can't say anything other than what I know.
Very well, all right, off you go.
The judge dismissed her. The testimonies were already rehashing such trivial details. They had degenerated into chatter. The judge called the next witness.
Miklos Movister, Dr. Movister, physician. Is he not here? Was his summons delivered? He has not sent his excuses. Where is he?
Where are you, old doctor, you dying man, with your incurable disease? Your 8% sugar? Have you died since then? Or do you lie helpless, wasting away in that drowsiness that precedes the death of such patients? Have you too perished, and is there no one left on this earth? If you are still alive, if even a spark of spirit still flickers in you,
Then your place is here now, and you must have come. And he had come. He sat at the very back, lost among the rows of witnesses' chairs, lost in his overcoat on this November day, already growing cold with the nearness of death. It took some time before he shuffled forward, bent over his cane, already so shrunken that many people stood up to see whether he was really there.
Present?
He said, bowing to the judge. The judge, seeing the condition the witness was in, informed him that he could give his testimony seated. He had a chair brought over by one of the bailiffs, but the witness declined it. On the contrary, he drew himself up even straighter, as much as he was able.
You, Doctor,
the judge asked,
also stand by the testimony you gave before the examining magistrate?
Yes,
said Movister, barely audibly, so that the judge cupped his hand to his ear like a funnel.
Please explain what you base this on.
Movister reflected, like a man preparing for a long speech. He steeled himself.
Why do you hesitate? Do your duty. You're only one man. But what is more than one man? Neither 2 men nor 1,000 are more than one. Take 1 step forward. So. And now another step. It is your turn. Head up, Movister, sursum corda. Lift up your heart. Just lift up your heart.
I don't understand,
said the judge.
A little louder, please.
A little louder, not a little louder, very loud. Cry out, his soul thundered within him. Cry out as your true kinsman did. The heroic priests of the early Christians who rose up against paganism and from the cemeteries, from beside the coffins, cried out to the heavens, contending even with the greatest Lord, the just but very severe God, demanding mercy for frail humanity. After all, you say the prayer for the dead to yourself every day. Do you remember what it says? Ne tradas bestias animas confidentis tibi. Do not deliver unto the beasts the souls that trust in thee. Et animas pauperum tuorum ne obliviscaris infinem, and forget not forever the souls of thy poor. Try to cry out like that, too, in the arena, drowning out even the lions, courageous catechumen.
His voice grew firmer.
I stand by my testimony in its entirety. I could only repeat what I have already said.
Yes,
said the judge, leafing through a bundle of files.
This is what you testified, but we are asking for facts. Was she beaten? Was she starved? Was she worked to death? Was her wages withheld? I see here, he said quickly, that at Christmas she even received a gift, an admittedly insignificant gift. A jumper. Please speak.
They treated her coldly,
declared Movister, in a stronger voice.
That was always my feeling. They treated her without love, heartlessly.
And how did this manifest itself?
I could not describe it more precisely, but that was decidedly my feeling.
Then these really are just feelings, Dr. Hunches, the sort of fine shadings that a court of law can hardly take into account in the face of so brutal and terrible a crime. For here there are facts on one side, bloody facts. We too are asking for facts. Besides, the other witnesses testify otherwise, quite the opposite, that she was loved and treated with respect. The defendant herself made no complaints, neither to the police nor to the examining magistrate. Stand up, he called to the defendant. Were you mistreated?
No.
You may sit down, and it is not likely in any case.
Look now, Movister, at this girl. How dully she sinks back down between her guards. It is not a pleasant sight. But look at her closely, and look at the judge too, as he adjusts the cheap spectacles on his old blue eyes and begins to scratch his ear, and do not even guess what turns in his mind, what stirs in his heart. He is merely the representative of earthly justice. But he strives to be impartial, to look both right and left, in so far as that is possible here in this world. Do you not feel, he went on, encouraging himself, that he is approaching divine justice and is already on your side? Let him argue a little more, after all that is his duty, and then speak again. Do not be afraid of him. Do not be afraid of anyone, for God is with you.
And even if she did have a hard time of it, argued the judge, by the rights the law affords her, she could at any time have lodged a complaint against her employers. She could have given notice, and within a fortnight she could have left.
They compelled her to stay.
How did they compel her? You can't tie a person down with a rope.
Such an unconscious, wretched creature.
That was still no reason to commit this monstrous crime.
The judge reflected, then added firmly,
There is no excuse for this.
Then why did she commit it?
Asked Movister of himself.
It is my feeling, he repeated stubbornly, my feeling that she was not treated humanely. They did not treat her as a human being, but as a machine. They made a machine of her.
And here he erupted, nearly shouting.
They treated her inhumanely. They treated her abominably.
I call you to order for that expression.
The audience stirred and murmured indignantly in approval of the judge's intervention.
Silence.
Please, said the judge, and gave a single light shake of the bell. Is there anything else you wish to add? The reporting justice asked the witness.
Nothing else.
The audience had the impression that this aged doctor at the edge of the grave was a limited man, and Movister was indeed limited. He had a limit without which his human greatness would have been annihilated, lost in the barren limitlessness of freedom. The little Quicksilver attorney leaped from his chair and respectfully petitioned the honorable court to have the witness sworn. The prosecutor objected on the grounds that the testimony was general in nature and not significant. The judge decided quickly.
The court orders the witness to be sworn.
The spectators in the courtroom rose excitedly, with a clatter, with a kind of tragic theatrical haste. Even the judge was standing. He addressed the witness, who waited with his right hand over his heart and the 3 fingers of his left hand raised heavenward.
Repeat after me.
And he dictated the oath.
I do swear by the omniscient and all-seeing, living God, that the truth, only the truth, I have spoken, that from it I have concealed nothing, to it I have added nothing. So help me God.
Movister said this aloud too.
So help me God.
He tottered back to the witnesses' chairs. They looked at him strangely, and when he took his seat among them, they edged away from him. Movister did not mind. He did not really belong among them. He belonged neither to them nor to anyone else, for he was neither bourgeois nor communist, a member of no party, but a member of that human community which encompasses the entire world, every soul that lives and has ever lived, the living and the dead. He left almost at once, went about his business, and took no further interest in the rest. A few more witnesses for the defense appeared. Etel, dressed up in her best cook's finery, and Steffi, in a hat, as befits a former lady's maid of a count's household. When Stefania Kulhanek's particulars were being recorded, she called herself domestic staff and blushed. Both of them testified under oath to the truth, only the truth, like all the others who all testified to the truth, in good faith as they saw it. They praised Anna, but they praised the poor departed mistress and his excellency just as warmly. Anna, who had been sitting apathetically on the dock for a long time now, looked up. She had caught sight of Mrs. Wilden, the warehouse superintendent's wife, her first mistress, to whom she had hired herself out as a nursemaid when she came to Budapest at the age of 16. Her heart was pounding, and already Mrs. Sivka too was speaking before the judge. There was Bandika's aunt, Bandika's, who must be big now, perhaps even going to school, and then everything in her began to pound. Everything came back to her at once. The proceedings dragged on. The judge quickened the pace, and after the prosecutor had made his motions and the defense attorney had registered his 27th ground for annulment, he declared the evidentiary procedure concluded. He ordered a recess. 2:00 in the afternoon, it was time for the closing arguments. The prosecutor was brief. He upheld the charges as set forth in the indictment, which had been further corroborated during the trial, and citing certain paragraphs and subsections, requested an exemplary sentence. The defense attorney went on considerably longer. This touching little bantam of a man came armed with a masterfully crafted literary defense speech. He exerted superhuman effort to exonerate his client and to untie, knot by knot, the noose that the defendant and the prosecution witnesses had tightened around her neck. His excessive zeal seemed laughable. He sought to make it plausible with rational arguments that the defendant had committed the act in a state of unconsciousness and had killed her employers in self-defense. With a detail that would have put a novelist to shame, he laid bare her past, her childhood years. He kept insisting that it was better for 100 guilty to go free than for one innocent to suffer. Everyone kept thinking he was about to finish, but he was only just beginning. "And now," he said, after taking a drink of water, "let us consider, honorable court, the psychological reasons. Let us look at the psychology, honorable court, the psychological facts. Look, if you please, at this country girl, this simple child of the people, and before you pronounce your verdict, ask your own conscience whether the person sitting here in the dock is truly the homo delinquente, the criminal type of which Lombroso speaks." By this point, no one was listening any longer. The door kept banging. The audience, exhausted by the long proceedings and the unbearable heat, was slipping away. Only the journalists remained, for the laughs and the defense attorney's relatives out of familial duty. In the dark corridor, Druma weighed the motives of the prosecution for a group of smoking onlookers, and did not doubt that the verdict could only be death by hanging. When the spectators drifted back into the courtroom, the defense attorney was still speaking, reading long quotations from the psychopathological works of Pierre Janet. The judge was looking at his watch. The reporting justice was already sketching the text of the verdict on a scrap of paper. At last, the orator steeled himself, brought out his final, most powerful sentences, and with a poetic flourish that filled the impatient with annoyance and the discerning with genuine contempt, concluded his speech with a quotation drawn from Madac's masterpiece, The Tragedy of Man. The court retired to deliberate its verdict. Meanwhile, the sleet had begun. Many who had come without umbrellas were wondering how they would get home. 3/4 of an hour later, the judge and the justices mounted the platform almost at a run. The defendant was not yet there.
"Bring her,"
ordered the judge, and looked up at the ceiling, the verdict in his hand. The weapons clattered. Anna Edes was already being brought, stood in her place. She was deathly pale now. She was very afraid. She was afraid of death, of the rope, and she swallowed, kept swallowing, her throat moving.
"I shall announce the verdict of the court, in the name of the Hungarian state."
The benches thundered again. Only fragments could be heard from the verdict.
"Found guilty, and is aggregate sentenced to 15 years of penal servitude and loss of political rights."
15? The word was passed along in surprise. 15. And most people felt a human stirring of emotion, for they considered the verdict just. A few women even wept. The attorney glanced at his relatives triumphantly. He was convinced that he and Pierre Janet had played some part in this. The reasoning stated that the court had taken as an aggravating circumstance the cruelty with which the defendant had committed the murder, but had been obliged to take as mitigating circumstances the defendant's clean record, her remorseful confession, and her ignorance bordering on simple-mindedness.
"Did you understand?" the
judge asked her in his old forceful voice.
"The court has sentenced you to 15 years of penal servitude. You have the right to appeal."
Defense attorney and prosecutor, cutting into each other's words, Both appealed. But by then, the audience had already left the courtroom. Anna Edez was left virtually alone with her judges.
"Take her away,"
said the judge quietly to the guards. A few days later, she was transferred to the central prison. There, she awaited the verdict of the Royal Court of Appeal, which was delivered in the spring, and the verdict of the Supreme Court, which was pronounced about a year later, around Christmas. Both appellate courts upheld the lower court's verdict. These the newspapers did not even report, so little did people care any longer. On a harsh January day, 2 guards put Anna Edez on a train and escorted her to Maria Nostra. The gate of the penitentiary slammed shut behind her. Here she was registered, her hair shorn, she was bathed, given a number, a convict's uniform. She began her prison life. In the Cristina Varos, people still spoke of her now and then, ever more rarely. A woman once stopped in front of the house on Attila Utka and said to her husband, "She lived here. Don't you remember her? She was a tall girl, strong, with dark eyes, big hands." "She was ugly," said the man. "She was rather pretty," said the woman. "She was pretty. When the Romanians were quartered here, she had a Romanian soldier for a lover, so her memory faded. Now, no one knew any longer who she had been. She was completely forgotten. And even if she had not still been living in the women's penitentiary at Maria Nostra, but had been resting somewhere in Transdanubia, beneath the acacias of the Balatonfokayar cemetery, she could not have been more thoroughly obliterated. A conversation before a green-fenced house. Now it is autumn again. The taverns sell new wine. Children play with the fallen, polished horse chestnuts. The leaves are falling. But the crown is falling too. Its exchange rate, 0.22. People despair over how they will eat, clothe themselves, heat their homes at such a low exchange rate, and they gaze trembling at the approaching winter. At noon, the stock exchange roars. Here is the inflation. Fortunes are lost and won. Truncated Hungary has been admitted to the League of Nations. Another year has passed. It is 1922. What has happened since then? On Sundays, up on the Bastion Promenade, a military band plays, and to its brassy clamor, the passers-by involuntarily fall into step. The Tatars are out for a stroll without their younger daughter, who is already married. A ministerial clerk is courting Ilanka. Of Jansi, someone once heard that he was in Poland working as a dance partner. The late Cornell Vesey's building looks just as it used to, only the caretaker is new. The previous one moved to the occupied territories. Mrs. Movister still plays the piano and recites Addie's poems. She meets with increasingly younger men. She dyes her hair canary yellow and is putting on considerable weight. And her husband is still alive. By rights, he should no longer be alive. Yet he, whom so many had buried, first official science, the medical professors and his colleagues, then his acquaintances and well-wishers, poor departed Cornell Vesey among them, mocking every objective clinical assessment and friendly prediction, lives on, mysteriously and inexplicably, no one knows why. Presumably because something keeps him alive. He is, in any event, the most negligible point here. He endures the humiliation on account of his wife and Etel's growing caprices. The neighborhood smiles at him with pity. Szilard Druma is the building manager. Paticarius Ferenc inherited the house after the tragedy and entrusted it to his legal care. At the housing authority he had arranged, on the strength of his extensive practice, to be granted the late owner's apartment as well. He had it repapered and now lives there with his family. In the meantime, a beautiful little girl was born to him, and then a boy. A German governess looks after the 3 Druma children who are thriving. Steffi still works here, but she wears spectacles now, for her eyes are weakening. Alongside her, there is a little nursemaid with broad Mongol cheekbones and a boot-polished black braid like a Chinese girl. The office has moved up to the second floor, to the old, more modest apartment. Since then, it has expanded enormously. 2 typewriters clatter here, and visitors must fill in a form stating what business they have with the attorney. He plays an ever larger role in public life as well. He is about to run for parliament in a by-election, in a district where he does not even have an opponent. One afternoon, when the street lamps were being lit, but the autumn sky was still aglow with a gentle radiance, Szilard Druma came down from the castle with 2 of his canvassers, descending the Zergi steps. They ambled slowly homeward along the gently sloping incline of Tabor Utka. A bit further on, before a house with a green fence, they peered in through the iron-barred gate. In the garden, they saw a glass veranda, a table laid for afternoon tea. This glass cage, in its quiet seclusion, with its lit windows, aroused their curiosity. All 3 stopped. With veiled inquisitiveness, but undisguised envy, they gazed in, each thinking to himself, as everyone does who looks at any home from the outside, that happiness and contentment dwelt within. A blond little boy sat at the table in his cooperative store suit, tea already finished, busying himself with arranging his tin soldiers in battle formation on the crummy tablecloth and humming a war march, beating time with his hand. Beside him, his mother was sewing, bending her serious, intelligent head over her work. On her pensive face, framed by abundant hair plaited in a crown, there was shadow. From time to time she said something to the boy. He asked her advice on how the Hungarians, skirmishing around the milk jug and the cups, might defeat the French, who were operating with superior numbers, poison gas, and tanks. From inside the apartment, a tall, disheveled man in a work jacket stepped onto the veranda, smoking a cigarette. He poured himself a black coffee into a water glass. As he raised it to his lips, his gaze met the gaze of the 3 strangers. They, embarrassed at their nosiness, moved on along the fence.
Kosztolányi,
said Druma after a little while.
Dezső Kosztolányi.
The journalist? Asked the first canvasser.
That's him.
He wrote something once, said the second canvasser, some poem or other, about the death of a sick child, or an orphan child. I don't know. My daughter mentioned it. Druma said,
He was a great communist.
Him? The first canvasser marveled. But now he's a great Christian. Yes, the second canvasser chimed in. I read in a Viennese paper that he's a white terrorist.
He was a great Red,
Druma repeated.
He worked with Commissar Pagani. They were even photographed together on the Vermezou.
And what did he do there with him? Inquired the first canvasser.
He watched,
replied Druma mysteriously. I don't understand. The first canvasser shook his head. So what does he actually want? Whose side is he on?
Simple.
Druma settled the debate.
Everyone's and no one's, whichever way the wind blows. Before it was the Jews who paid him, and he was on their side. Now it's the Christians who pay him. He's a clever man. He winked. He knows what he's doing.
The 3 friends agreed on this. They stopped once more at the end of the fence. It was evident, however, that even now they did not entirely understand. And on their faces, one could see that they had truly never had more than one thought at a time, and also that 2 would have been beyond them. They shrugged, walked on, downhill. Druma said something else, at which they all laughed heartily. But what he said could no longer be heard. Their voices roused Hatu, the kuvaz that guards the peace of this house. He ran down to the corner of the garden, and there began to bark furiously, so that their words were entirely lost in the barking of the dog.